Alright. Silence. Silence and monkey music. No more monkey music. No more chill underwater monkey music. No more. It's off. I've turned it off. Off. Okay. Alright. Let's jump in. Where am I? Where am I? Why am I not there? Why am I gone? There. Okay, now I should be there. I should save this. I should save this so that I don't goof it again. That's Mark 2. There we go. Let's close that. Where am I? Why am I still not there? There I am. There we go. Okay. I was going to get really worried for a second there. Hello, everyone. Hello. So, for those of you who haven't been with us from the start, this was this was the first incarnation of my read stream idea. So some of y'all have probably seen the background. I've flipped to it once or twice. I've probably shown off the isopod once or twice. But I made a nicer version of it because I thought that I didn't have the original files anymore. So I just remade it. I just made it again. And it's mostly because I wanted to give him a knife. But the way I was trying to... it's annoying. Like, I was trying to finagle with some file types and some stuff wasn't coming out right, and I'm like, hell with it. I'll do it. I'll do it all again. I'll make it all again. I'll just remake it. So that's where we're at. So that's where we are. Yeah, I don't know. Hold on. Let me hop up into my chair. There we go. But yeah, I don't know. I wasn't in the mood to keep playing with the Shadow Blob right now. I kind of miss colors and more unique designs. So I'm just like, I'm gonna put Shadow Blob in the toy box for a little while, I think. And thank you, Amon. I try very hard with my ort. And welcome on in, Niley. Glad to see you. So yeah, like I said, I made the new isopod. I also have the knife. We have the knife here, and then I have the knife here. I have this comically large cleaver that I can just pull out at any time. Spooky, what? I just started streaming. What do you want? You had all the time in the world. You had all the time in the world to scream before I got started. Come on, get up on the chair. There you go, idiot. Come on, get up here. It's a butcher cleaver. Yeah, it's 100% like just a big old butcher cleaver. This is my this is my rate my great sword build. This is my Dark Souls character now. But yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I was craving, some more colors. I kind of wanted to be a little bit. I wanted to get a little more colorful, a little sillier again. There's certainly nothing wrong with this backdrop as well. But like I said, I'm just not in the mood. I'm not in the mood, and that's okay. So it's going, like I said, it's just gonna it's Cat. You're gonna fall out of the chair. How are you actually this much of a doofus? You will fall out of the chair. Anyway, my cat's being silly. My cat's being very, very silly. My cat decided now it's time for silly time. I'm gonna tuck you in. I'm gonna pull this blanket up. I'm gonna keep your little tootsies warm. There you go. You have your little nest now. Anyway, keep getting distracted to talk to my cat. Usually this happens in the midway point in the stream, not at the very beginning. So anyway, yeah. So yeah, we have all of our stuff is back. We have our reading room. We have our starting stone. We have our ghostly BRB screen again. It just occurred to me. Yeah. Oh wait, no, not that. Here we go. So this is something else that I did was if we ever field trip to the internet, we've got the internet projected on a screen. So so if we wanted to watch more Donkey Kong ambient music. Why is it most replayed like 5 hours in? What happens at 5 hours? I mean, okay, albeit that's pretty cool, but like, why is there such a spike at 5 hours? Okay, shut up. We're not doing monkey music right now. I like the MST3K Shadow style friends at the bottom. Yeah, that's what, because like that was something that really kind of bummed me out. Was I was a little sad that like I didn't get too many other chances to use this screen because I really like that aspect. I like having them down there. I like having the two buddies. I put a lot of work into the into the isopod and like sunken ship setup. The a lot of the other stuff I did kind of over the course of maybe like a day or two, but like a lot of this took me a while, so I'm kind of happy to come back to it and just be like, oh yeah, I put like a couple of weeks worth of work into all this. Save for today and last night where I was redoing the avatar. Actually, I wonder if we can let's see. I'm gonna put you right there, and I'm gonna open this up, and then let's bring up the previous version. So this is the first version of the Captain Isopod, and he's a little bit more scrungly. He's very scrungles, and he's only got like 3 emotions. Like he's just got 3 states, just standing, book, and popcorn. But yeah, he's very scrungly. I'm gonna stay quiet for like just a sec. I didn't bother to carry over that bubble blowing animation to the new one because I was just kind of like, I'm always talking, so it doesn't really get a whole lot of time to shine all that much, so I'm not gonna bother. Anyway, watch as I miraculously take a bath. Now I'm clean. I've taken a bath, now I'm shiny. And I have a knife. This is my shower knife. So anyway, I'm trying to think if I have anything interesting to share, any media worth talking about. Let's see, what did I play? I played and finished. Oh wow! It is rainy outside. Holy shit! I played this goofy little very me core. Shut up. Yeah, safe for work. So I played this very me core goofy little platformer where you're like a little devil creature and you have like a little cherub that you're chained to. And the bit is that you can like use it to like hook onto like any point in space. So it's like a grapple hook that you can just like grab onto like at any point, you know what I mean? So it was a fun little 3D platformer. It's flawed. It's very haha poop butt funny fart jokes. But it was fun. It was a good game. I had fun with it. And then what else did I start playing? I started playing Frog Gun. No, shut up. I started playing Frog Gun. This is very cute. You're a little girl and you have a gun and it's a frog. It's very like old school, like PS1 Dreamcast kind of aesthetic platformer. It's very cute. Frog Gun. You have gun. It is frog. You have gun and it is frog. It is so rainy outside. Holy shit. It is rainy. It is raining. Holy shit. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm gonna be right back. Nobody go anywhere. I need to put a bowl underneath the air conditioning because when it rains this hard, it starts to leak, and water starts coming down out of the air conditioning unit. Okay, I'm coming back. Nobody leave. Nobody do anything. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, like I said, when it rains once the monsoon is like hitting, there's like a chance for like water to start coming through the AC unit on the ceiling, and I'm like, let's just nip that in the bud right now so that I don't end up with wet carpet. Anyway, uh no, I guess that's pretty much it. I've been revisiting. I've also been revisiting Saints Row the Third, and Saints Row 4, just because I wanted wacky open world crime game where I can run around naked and slap a luchador in the face with a big ol' wiener. I like playing the canonically. I like playing the canonically gender fluid boss character. I really hope that new one's good. I hope new Saints Row is good. I'm not gonna look into it. I kind of want to be surprised, but like, I hope that game's good. I want to play. I hope new Saints Row is good. Anyway, that's enough fucking video games. That's not what we're here for. We're not here for these. We're not here for these goddamn uncultured swine video games. We're here for some fucking literature, baby. We're here to read books like real intellectuals, like real big galaxy brain ass reading people. Video games haven't stunted my word library in my brain. Hell yeah, if you play on PC, I'd love to play with you sometime. I will keep that in mind. I will remember this. Dunny will remember this. Well, the rain outside is kicking up real hard. I have a book in my lap. I have a cat by my side, and I have my beloved read stream up and ready to go. Let's go ahead and get started, I think. Very minor detail, but the old Isopod model had some like green on the book, and because I have like a green transparency for this character, it would make like the mold on the book transparent. So now the book is just wet. It hasn't grown mold yet. As you can see, it's just wet. Oh, and also I can kind of point my eyes down and back up at you. You know, in case you misbehave. Anyway. So let's go ahead and get into it. We'll see how far we can get into this. This might end up being a 2-part excursion, but we'll see where we're at, and we'll see where we're at in the next like 2.5 hours. I don't need no introduction. Shut up. I don't need an introduction by Alan Lightman. I don't even know who you are. I like how the chapter is described as chapter the first. This is chapter the first. In the dinghy of the Lady Vane. I do not propose to add anything to what has already been written concerning the loss of the Lady Vane. As everyone knows, she collided with a derelict when 10 days out from Callao. The longboat with 7 of the crew was picked up 18 days after by HM gunboat Myrtle, and the story of their privations has become almost as well known as the far more terrible Medusa case. I have now, however, to add to the published story of the Lady Vane, another as horrible, and certainly far stranger. It has hitherto been supposed that the 4 men who were in the dinghy perished, but this is incorrect. I have the best evidence for this assertion. I am one of the 4 men. But in the first place, I must state that there never were 4 men in the dinghy. The number was 3. Constans, who was seen by the captain to jump into the gig, luckily for us and unluckily for himself, did not reach us. He came down out of the tangle of ropes under the stays of the smashed bowsprit. Some small rope caught his heel as he let go, and he hung for a moment head downward, and then fell and struck a block or spar floating in the water. We pulled towards him, but he never came up. So then we started pointing and laughing at him, and we said, "Ha ha, what a loser. This is going to go viral," as we all took out our phones, and we said, "Ha ha, look at this idiot. Couldn't even get on the boat. Epic fail." I say luckily for us he did not reach us, and I might also add luckily for himself, for there were only a small beaker of water and some soddened chips biscuits with us. So sudden had been the alarm, so unprepared the ship for any disaster. We thought the people on the launch would be better provisioned, though it seems they were not, and we tried to hail them. They could not have heard us, and the next morning, when the drizzle cleared, which was not until past midday, we could see nothing of them. We could not stand up to look about us because of the pitching of the boat. The sea ran in great rollers, and we had much ado to keep the boat's head to them. The 2 other men who had escaped so far with me were a man named Helmar, a passenger like myself, and a seaman whose name I didn't know, a short, sturdy man with a stammer. He was a seaman. It makes him a seaman. We drifted famishing, and after our water had come to an end, tormented by intolerable thirst, for 8 days altogether. After the second day, the sea subsided slowly to a glassy calm. It is quite impossible for the ordinary reader to imagine those 8 days. He has not, luckily for himself, anything in his memory to imagine with. After the first day, we said little to one another, and lay in our places in the boat and stared at the horizon, or watched with eyes that grew larger and more haggard every day, the misery and weakness gaining upon our companions. The sun became pitiless, the water ended on the 4th day, and we were already thinking strange things and saying them with our eyes. We were looking at each other as we were cartoon hams. I looked at Helmar, and I saw him as a giant hot dog, and I licked my lips, and I pulled out a knife and fork, and I was, ready to do it, and he was like, "What are you looking at?" And then I said nothing. But it was, I think, the 6th before Helmar gave voice to the thing we all had in mind. I remember our voices dry and thin, so that we bent towards one another and spared our words. I stood out against it with all my might, was rather for scuttling the boat and for perishing together among the sharks that followed us. But when Helmar said that if his proposal was accepted, we should have drink, the sailor came round to him. I don't think I read that right. But when Helmar said that if his proposal was accepted, we should have drink, the sailor came round to him. I would not draw lots, however, and in the night the sailor whispered to Helmar again and again, and I sat in the bows with my clasp knife in my hand, though I doubt if I had the stuff in me to fight, and in the morning I agreed to Helmar's proposal, and we handed halfpence to find the odd man. The lot fell upon the sailor, but he was the strongest of us and would not abide by it, and attacked Helmar with his hands. They grappled together and almost stood up. I crawled along the boat to them, intending to help Helmar by grasping the sailor's leg, but the sailor stumbled with the swaying of the boat, and the 2 fell upon the gunwale and rolled overboard together. They sank like stones. I remember laughing and wondering why I laughed. The laugh caught me suddenly like a thing from without. And then, for the second time that week, I was like, "Ha ha, idiots, you fell off the boat. You're just like the last guy who couldn't make it into the boat. I'm the best boat getter stayer honor that has ever lived." This is a good bit. Anyway, I lay across one of the thwarts for I know not how long, thinking that if I had the strength, I would drink seawater and madden myself to die quickly. And even as I lay there, I saw, with no more interest than if it had been a picture, a sail come up towards me over the skyline. My mind must have been wandering, and yet I remember all that happened quite distinctly. I I remember how my head swayed with the seas, and the horizon with the sail above it danced up and down. But I also remember as distinctly that I had a persuasion that I was dead, and that I thought what a jest it was that they would come too late by such a little to catch me in my body. For an endless period, as it seemed to me, I lay with my head on the thwart, watching the dancing schooner. She was a little ship, schooner rigged fore and aft, come up out of the sea. She kept tacking to and fro in a widening compass, for she was sailing dead into the wind. It never entered my mind to attempt to attract attention, and I do not remember anything distinctly after the sight of her side, until I found myself in a little cabin aft. There's a dim half-memory of being lifted up to the gangway of a big round countenance, covered with freckles and surrounded with red hair, staring at me over the bulwarks. I also had a disconnected impression of a dark face with extraordinary eyes close to mine, but that I thought was a nightmare until I met it again. I fancy I recollect some stuff being poured in between my teeth, and that is all. So they got shipwrecked, and then he was on a little shitty escape boat with a couple other dudes, and then he was with another dude, and they were like, "Hey, do you want to eat this other dude? Do you want to just eat him? Do you want to just eat him?" Or at least that's the way I'm interpreting that. And then the guy who was gonna get ate was like, oh hell no, you're not gonna fucking eat me. And then they fought, and then two of the dudes fell overboard, and then it was just the one guy again, and he was like, well, shit. Well, this sucks. Now I'm gonna die, and I'm not gonna eat anybody. Oh, but he's okay now, because he got rescued. Chapter the 2nd. The Man Who Was Going Nowhere. The cabin in which I found myself was small and rather untidy. A youngish man with flaxen hair, a bristly straw-colored mustache, and a dropping nether lip was sitting and holding my wrist. For a minute we stared at one another without speaking. I imagined getting lost in his beautiful eyes. Mixing up all my buttons. He had watery gray, expressionless eyes, and I wanted to swim in them. No. Then just overhead came a sound like an iron bedstead being knocked about and a low, angry growling of some large animal. At the same time, the man spoke again. He repeated his question. How do you feel now? I think I said I felt all right. I could not recollect how I had got there. He must have seen the question in my face, for my voice was inaccessible to me. You were picked up in a boat, starving. The name on the boat was the Lady Vane, and there were queer marks on the gunwale. At the same time, my eye caught my hand, so thin that it looked like a dirty skin purse full of loose bones, and all the business of the boat came back to me. Have some of this, said he, and gave me a dose of some scarlet stuff, iced. It tasted like blood, and made me feel stronger. You were in luck, said he, to get picked up by a ship with a medical man aboard. He spoke with a slobbering articulation, with the ghost of a lisp. What ship is this? I said slowly, hoarse from my long silence. It's a little trader from America to Callao. I never asked where she came from in the beginning. Out of the land of born fools, I guess. I'm a passenger myself from Arica. The silly ass who owns her, he's captain too, named Davis, he's lost his certificate or something. You know the kind of man, calls the thing the Epekakuana. Epekakuanha. I don't know how to spell that. Oh, wait, no, I do know how to spell it because I'm looking at it. But I don't know what it means. Hold on. Field trip as I look up what this word means. I have to look it up because I don't know what it means. Ipeka Kuanaha. Ipeka. What's it called? A species of flowering plant. Native to Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Panama, Colombia, Brazil. Its common name is derived from the roadside sick making plant. Oh, so it's like, it's like for nausea relief. Okay. That's actually, okay, I don't know if that's intended or not, but it is kind of funny that, like, a boat that, like, moves around a lot is named after a plant that helps with nausea. Okay, that's funny. Calls the thing I still can't pronounce it, the Ipecacuanha, of all silly infernal names. Though when there's much of but when there's much of a sea without any wind, she certainly acts according. Then the noise overhead began again, the snarling growl and the voice of a human being together. Then another voice telling some heaven-forsaken idiot to desist. You were nearly dead, said my interlocutor. It was a very near thing indeed, but I've put some stuff into you now. Notice your arms sore? Injections. You've been insensible for nearly 30 hours. I thought slowly. I was distracted now by the yelping of a number of dogs. May I have solid food? I asked. Thanks to me, he said. Even now the mutton is boiling. Yes, I said, with assurance. I could eat some mutton. But, said he, with a momentary hesitation, you know I'm dying to hear how you came to be alone in the boat. I thought I detected a certain suspicion in his eyes. Damn that howling! He suddenly left the cabin, and I heard him in a violent controversy with someone who seemed to me to talk in gibberish in response to him. The matter sounded as though it ended in blows, but in that I thought my ears were mistaken. Then he shouted at the dogs and returned to the cabin. Well, said he, in the doorway, you were just beginning to tell me. Telling some heaven-forsaken idiot to desist is a good quote. Indeed it is. I told him my name, Edward I'm a child. Edward Prendick. His name is Edward Prendick. I hate that I hate that I started laughing before I even had time to think about it. I told him my name, Edward Prendick Wiener Penis III. I shouldn't be laughing that much at that. I told him my name, Edward Prendick, and how I'd taken to natural history as a relief from the dullness of my comfortable independence. He seemed interested in this. I've done some science myself. I did my biology at University College, getting out the ovary of an earthworm and the radula of a snail and all that. Lord, it's 10 years ago, but go on, tell me about the boat. He was evidently satisfied with the frankness of my story, which I told in concise sentences enough which I told in concise sentences enough, for I felt horribly weak. And when it was finished, he reverted presently to the topic of natural history and his own biological studies. He began to question me closely about the Tottenham Court Road and Gower Street. Is Kaplatzi still... I'm gonna Kaplatzi over here. Is Kaplatzi still flourishing? What a shop that was! He had evidently been a very ordinary medical student, and drifted incontinently to the topic of the music halls. He told me some anecdotes. Left it all, he said, 10 years ago. How jolly it all used to be. But I made a young ass of myself. Played myself out before I was 21. I dare say it's all different now. But I must look up that ass of a cook and see what he's doing to your mutton. I must look up that ass. Chat, I must look up I must look up that ass. I must look up that ass. And see what he's doing to your mutton. The growling overhead was renewed, so suddenly and with so much savage anger that it startled me. What's that? I called after him, but the door had closed. He came back again with the boiled mutton, and I was so excited by the appetizing smell of it that I forgot the noise of the beast forthwith. After a day of alternate sleep and feeding, I was so far phone. Okay, yes, I get it. Amber Alert. I get it. National Weather Service, flash flood. I'm looking outside. I can see that the rain is absolutely pissing out there. I get it. Sorry, my phone was yelling at me. Yo, I had that mutton, though. It was so good. I forgot about that scary noise that was above my head. After a day of alternate sleep and feeding, I was so far recovered as to be able to get from my bunk to the scuttle and see the green seas trying to keep pace with us. I judged the schooner was running before the wind. Montgomery, that was the name of the flaxen-haired man, came in again. Montgomery, that was the name of the flaxen-haired man, came in again as I stood there, and I asked him for some clothes. He lent me some duck things of his own, for those I had worn in the boat, he said, had been thrown overboard. They were rather loose for me, for he was large and long in his limbs. He told me casually that the captain was 3 parts drunk in his own cabin. As I assumed the clothes, I began asking him some questions about the destination of the ship. He said the ship was bound to Hawaii, but that it had to land him first. Where? Said I. It's an island, where I live. So far as I know, it hasn't got a name. He stared at me with his nether lip dropping, and looked so willfully stupid of a sudden that it came into my head that he desired to avoid my questions. I'm ready, I said, and he led the way out of the cabin. Chapter the 3rd. The Strange Face. At the companion was a man obstructing our way. He was standing on the ladder with his back to us, peering over the combing of the hatchway. He was, I could see, a misshapen man, short, broad, and clumsy, with a crooked back, and a hairy neck, and a head sunk between his shoulders. I just wanted to I saw him and I thought, God damn, I want me a piece of that. I want to look up that ass and see what he's doing to my mutton. He was dressed in dark blue serge and had peculiarly thick, coarse black hair. I heard the unseen dogs growl furiously, and forthwith he ducked back, coming into contact with the hand I put out to fend him off from myself. He turned with animal swiftness. The black face thus flashed upon me startled me profoundly. It was a singularly deformed one. The facial part projected, forming something dimly suggestive of a muzzle, and a huge half-open mouth showed as big white teeth as I had ever seen in a human mouth. His eyes were bloodshot at the edges, with scarcely a rim of white around the hazel pupils. There was a curious glow of excitement in his face. "Confound you!" said McGovery. "Why the devil don't you get out of the way?" The black-faced man started aside without a word. I really hope we don't keep calling him that. Spooky, why? Are you upset because of the rain? Is that why you're yelling? Is that why you're screaming, Cat? Cat, is that... I didn't mean to take out my knife to that. Spooky, just hop back up on the chair. I'm right here. Just get back on the chair. Or you can run away. I know, it's raining. I'm sorry. I know you're upset about it. There's nothing I can do about that. Damn, Spooky, I don't control the weather. Well, damn, Jackie, I can't control the weather. Anyway. Anyway, yeah, I really hope we don't keep calling this man blackface. I really hope we don't keep calling him that. I went up on the companion, still staring at him almost against my will as I did so. Montgomery stayed at the foot for a moment. "You have no business here, you know," he said in a deliberate tone. "Your place is forward." The black-faced man cowered. "They won't have me forward." He spoke slowly, with a hoarse quality in his voice. "Won't have you go forward," said Montgomery in a menacing voice, "but I tell you to go." He was on the brink of saying something further, then looked up at me and suddenly followed me up the ladder. I had paused halfway through the hatchway, looking back, still astonished beyond measure at the grotesque ugliness of this black-faced creature. Please stop calling him that! Please stop calling him that! I had never beheld such a repulsive and extraordinary face before, and yet, if the contradiction is credible, I experienced at the same time an odd feeling that in some way I had already encountered exactly the features and gestures that now amazed me. Afterwards, it occurred to me that probably I had seen him as I was lifted aboard, and yet that scarcely satisfied my suspicion of a previous acquaintance. Yet how one could have set eyes on so singular a face and have forgotten the precise occasion passed my imagination. Montgomery's movement to follow me released my attention, and I turned and looked about me at the flush deck of the little schooner. I was already half prepared by the sounds I had heard for what I saw. Certainly I never beheld a deck so dirty. It was littered with scraps of carrot, shreds of green stuff, and indescribable filth. Fastened by chains to the mainmast were a number of grisly staghounds, who now began leaping and barking at me, and by the mizzen, a huge puma was cramped in a little iron cage, far too small even to give it turning room. Further under the starboard bulwark were some big hutches containing a number of rabbits, and a solitary llama was squeezed in a mere box of a cage forward. The dogs were muzzled by leather straps. The only human being on deck was a gaunt and silent sailor at the wheel. This doesn't seem great. Seems like a bad time. Gonna say, hot take, doesn't seem like this is a good place for the animals. The patched and dirty you're really gonna make me read this sentence. The patched and dirty spankers. God, I love reading old-timey books with their old-timey language that sounds weird now. The patched the Anyway, the patched and dirty spankers were tense before the wind, and up aloft the little ship seemed carrying every sail she had. The sky was clear, the sun midway down the western sky. Long waves, capped by the breeze with froth, were running with us. We went past the steersman to the taffrail and stared side by side for a space at the water foaming under the stern and the bubbles dancing and vanishing in her wake. I turned and surveyed the unsavory length of the ship. "Is this an ocean menagerie?" said I. "Looks like it," said Montgomery. "What are these beasts for? Merchandise? Curios? Does the captain think he's going to sell them somewhere in the South Seas?" "It looks like it, doesn't it?" said Montgomery, and turned towards the wake again. Suddenly we heard a yelp and a volley of furious blasphemy coming from the companion hatchway, and the deformed man with the black face clambered up hurriedly. He was immediately followed by a heavy, red-haired man in a white cap. At the sight of the former staghounds, who had all tired of barking at me by this time, became furiously excited, howling and leaping against their chains. Oh God, please don't say it like that. The black hesitated before them. Please don't say it like that. And this gave the red-haired man time to come up with him and deliver the tremendous blow between the shoulder blades with his fist. The poor devil went down like a felled ox, and rolled in the dirt among the furiously excited dogs. It was lucky for him they were muzzled. The red-haired man gave a yawp of exultation, and stood staggering, and, as it seemed to me, in serious danger of either going backwards down the companion hatchway or forwards upon his victim. So soon as the second man had appeared, Montgomery had started violently. "Steady on there!" he cried, in a tone of remonstrance. A couple of sailors appeared on the forecastle. The black-faced man, howling in a singular voice, rolled about under the feet of the dogs. No one attempted to help him. The brutes did their best to worry him, butting their muzzles at him. There was a quick dance of their lithe gray bodies over the clumsy prostrate figure. The sailors forward shouted to them as though it was an admirable sport. Montgomery gave an angry exclamation and went striding down the deck. I followed. In another second, the black-faced man had scrambled up and was staggering forward. He stumbled up against the bulwark by the main shrouds, where he remained panting and glaring over his shoulder at the dogs. The red-haired man laughed a satisfied laugh. "Look here, Captain," said Montgomery, with his lisp a little accentuated, gripping the elbows of the red-haired man. "This won't do." I stood behind Montgomery. The captain came half around and regarded him with dull and solemn eyes of a drunken man. "What won't do," he said, and added, after looking sleepily into Montgomery's face for a minute, "Blasted sawbones!" Spooky, I swear to God, I am doing everything in my power here to, like, help you. I understand you're freaked out by the storm outside, but there is legitimately nothing that I can do about that. You can hop up on this chair that's very comfortable and has a blanket on it. You were there like 10 minutes ago and then you hopped off and now you're upset you're not in it again, and you could just... Spooky, get in the chair. Get in the chair. Get in the chair. Get in the damn chair. Get in the chair. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. I love you so much. Why are you so stupid? Why are you so dumb? I love you so much, but you're so stupid. Anyway. back to the old-timey racism that I'm trying really hard not to emphasize. Shit, where were we? Right, the guy was the captain was calling Montgomery a blasted sawbones. With a sudden movement, he shook his arms free, and after 2 ineffectual attempts, stuck his freckled fists into his side pockets. That man's a passenger, said Montgomery. I'd advise you to keep your hands off of him. Go to hell, said the captain loudly. He suddenly turned and staggered towards the side. Do what I like on my own ship, he said. I think Montgomery might have left him then, seeing the brute was drunk, but he only turned a shade paler and followed the captain to the bulwarks. Look here, Captain, he said. That man of mine is not to be ill-treated. He has been hazed ever since he came aboard. For a minute, alcoholic fumes kept the captain speechless. Blasted sawbones was all he considered necessary. I could see that Montgomery had an ugly temper, and I saw too that this quarrel had been some time growing. The man's drunk, said I, perhaps officiously. You'll do no good. Montgomery gave an ugly twist to his dropping lip. He's always drunk. Do you think that excuses his assaulting his passengers? My ship, began the captain, waving his hand unsteadily towards the cages, was a clean ship. Look at it now. He was certainly anything but clean. Crew, continued the captain, clean, respectable crew. You agreed to take the beasts. I wish I'd never set eyes on your infernal island. What the devil want beasts for on an island like that? Then that man of yours, understood he was a man. He's a lunatic, and he hadn't no business aft. Do you think the whole damn ship belongs to you? Your sailors began to haze the poor devil as soon as he came aboard. That's just what he is. He's a devil, an ugly devil. My men can't stand him, I can't stand him. None of us can stand him, nor you either. Montgomery turned away. You leave that man alone, anyhow, he said, nodding his head as he spoke. But the captain meant to quarrel now. He raised his voice. If he comes this end of the ship again, I'll cut his insides out, I tell you. Cut out his blasted insides. Who are you to tell me what I'm to do? I tell you, I'm captain of this ship. Captain and owner. I'm the law. I am the law. I'm the law here. I tell you, the law and the prophets. I bargained to take a man and his attendant to and from Arica and bring back some animals. I never bargained to carry a mad devil and a silly sawbones. Well, never mind what he called Montgomery. I saw the latter take a step forward and interposed. He's drunk, said I. The captain began some abuse even fouler than the last. Shut up, I said, turning on him. Yeah. Oh, wait, no, he's saying that. Shut up, I said, turning on him sharply, for I had seen danger in Montgomery's white face. With that, I brought the downpour on myself. However, I was glad to avert what was uncommonly near a scuffle, even at the price of the captain's drunken ill will. I do not think I have ever heard quite so much vile language come in a continuous stream from any man's lips before, though I have frequented eccentric company enough. I found some of it hard to endure, though I am a mild-tempered man. But certainly, when I told the captain to shut up, I had forgotten I was merely a bit of human flotsam, cut off from my resources, and with my fare unpaid, a mere casual dependent on the bounty, or speculative enterprise of the ship. He reminded me of it with considerable vigor, but at any rate, I prevented a fight. Oh my god, you're on the chair now. You're on the chair where I told you it would probably be nicer. You finally figured it out. You absolute little goober ass cat. You fucking dingaling. I'm petting you now because I love you. Is it because my back is turned to you? Is that why you're upset? If I were to move, like if I moved like over here, so that I was like facing you, would you be less upset? Would you be less upset if you knew that I could like visibly see where you are? Is that better? Do you like that? Sorry, I keep interposing to talk to my cat because my cat's being a doofus. Chapter the 4th, at the schooner's rail. That night, land was sighted after sundown, and the schooner hove to. Montgomery intimated that was his destination. It was too far to see any details. It seemed to me then simply a low-lying patch of dim blue in the uncertain blue-gray sea. An almost vertical streak of smoke went up from it into the sky. The captain was not on deck when it was sighted. After he had ventured his wrath on me, he had staggered below, and I understand he went to sleep on the floor of his own cabin. The mate practically assumed the command. He was the gaunt, taciturn individual we had seen at the wheel. Apparently, he too was in an evil temper with Montgomery. He took not the slightest notice of either of us. We dined with him in a sulky silence. After a few ineffectual efforts on my part to talk, it struck me, too, that the men regarded my companion and his animals in a singularly unfriendly manner. I found Montgomery very recent about his purpose, with these creatures and about his destination, and thought I was sensible of a growing curiosity. I did not press him. And though I was sensible of growing curiosity, I did not press him. We remained talking on the quarter deck until the sky was thick with stars, except for an occasional sound in the yellow-lit forecastle, and a movement of the animals now and then. The night was very still. The puma lay crouched together, watching us with shining eyes, a black heap in the corner of its cage. The dogs seemed to be asleep. Montgomery produced some cigars. He talked to me of London in a tone of half-painful reminiscence, asking all kinds of questions about changes that had taken place. He spoke like a man who had loved his life there, and had been suddenly and irrevocably cut off from it. I gossiped as well as I could of this and that. All the time the strangeness of him was shaping itself in my mind. And as I talked, I peered at his odd, pallid face in the dim light of the binnacle lantern behind me. Then I looked out at the darkling sea, where in the dimness of this... Nobody tell anyone that I can't read. If any of you leave this stream and you tell anyone I can't read, I'm coming for you. I lost my place. Damn it. I don't remember. I got stuck on the word irrevocably. Oh man. Oh jeez. Oh man. Oh jeez. Oh man. Oh jeez. Don't you dare people I can't read. Don't you dare tell people I can't read. Don't you dare tell people I can't read. I'm coming for you. I'm coming to get you. Hold on a second. I'm coming to get you. I'm coming for you. Anyway. Don't tell anyone I can't read. Oh, it was at the top of the page. Okay, that's why I couldn't find my place. It was like the first line. He spoke like a man who had loved his life there and had been suddenly and irrevocably cut off from it. I gossiped as well as I could of this and that. All the time the strangeness of him was shaping itself in my mind, and as I talked I peered at his odd pallid face in the dim light of the binnacle lantern behind me. Then I looked out at the darkling sea, where in the dimness his little island was hidden. This man, it seemed to me, had come out of immensity merely to save my life. Tomorrow he would drop over the side and vanish again out of my existence. Even had it been under commonplace circumstances, it would have made me a trifle thoughtful. But in the first place was the singularity of an educated man living on this unknown little island, and coupled with that the extraordinary nature of his luggage. I found myself repeating the captain's question. What did he want with the beasts? Why, too, had he pretended they were not his when I had remarked about them at first? Then again, in his personal attendant, there was a bizarre quality that had impressioned me profoundly. These circumstances threw a haze of mystery round the man. They laid hold of my imagination and hampered my tongue. Toward midnight, our talk of London died away, and we stood side by side leaning over the bulwarks, and staring dreamily over the silent starlit sea, each pursuing his own thoughts. It was the atmosphere for sentiment, and I began upon my gratitude. "If I must say it," said I, after a time, "you have saved my life." "Chance," he answered, "just chance." "I prefer to make my thanks to the accessible agent." "Thank no one. You had the need, and I had the knowledge, and I injected and fed you as much as I might have collected a specimen. I was bored, and wanted something to do. If I'd been jaded that day, or hadn't liked your face, well, it's a curious question where you would have been now. Yo, if I didn't like if I didn't like your face, you'd just be fucking dead. I would have just left you. I would have just been like, nah, fuck it. That guy looks like a nerd. Fuck him. This dampened my mood a little. Yeah, I bet it would. But someone saves your life and they're like, I don't know, I was fucking bored. If I didn't like your face, I wouldn't have done it. On the other hand, that could be construed as a little tsundere, if you know what I mean. A little. It's not like I like you or anything. If I didn't like your face, I wouldn't have saved you. Messing up all my buttons. This dampened my mood a little. "At any rate," I began. "It's a chance, I tell you," he interrupted. "As everything is in a man's life. Only the asses won't see it. Why am I here now? An outcast from civilization, instead of being a happy man enjoying all the pleasures of London. Simply because 11 years ago I lost my head for 10 minutes on a foggy night." He stopped. "Yes?" said I. "That's all." We relapsed into silence. Presently he laughed. "There's something in this starlight that loosens one's tongue. I'm an ass, and yet somehow I would like to tell you." "Whatever you tell me, you may rely upon my keeping to myself, if that's it." He was on the point of beginning, then shook his head doubtfully. "Don't. No, don't," said I. "It is all the same to me. After all, it is better to keep your secret. There's nothing gained but a little relief, if I respect your confidence. If I don't, well..." He grunted undecidedly. I felt I had him at a disadvantage. Had caught him in the mood of indiscretion, and, to tell the truth, I was not curious to learn what might have driven a young medical student out of London. I have an imagination. I shrugged my shoulders and turned away. Over the taffrail leant a silent black figure watching the stars. It was Montgomery's strange attendant. It looked over its shoulder quickly with my movement, then looked away again. It may seem a little thing to you, perhaps, but it came like a sudden blow to me. The only light near us was a lantern at the wheel. The creature's face was turned for one brief instant out of the dimness of the stern towards this illumination, and I saw that the eyes that glanced at me shone with a pale green light. I did not know then that a reddish luminosity, at least, is not uncommon in human eyes. The thing came to me as a stark inhumanity. That black figure with its eyes of fire struck down through all my adult thoughts and feelings, and for a moment the forgotten horrors of childhood came back to my mind. Then the effect passed as it had come. An uncouth black figure of a man, a figure of no particular import, hung over the taffrail, against the starlight, and I found Montgomery was speaking to me. I'm thinking of turning in then, said he, if you've had enough of this. I answered him incongruously. We went below, and he wished me a good night at the door of my cabin. I ga- he gave me a kiss good night, and I gave him a kiss good night, and we both gave each other a kiss, a little kiss good night, and we said you always gotta, even if we fight, you gotta kiss your homies before you go to bed at night. It's the law. It's the rule. That night I had some very unpleasant dreams. The waning moon rose late. Its light struck a ghostly faint white beam across my cabin and made an ominous shape on the planking by my bunk. Then the staghounds woke and began howling and baying, so that I dreamt fitfully and scarcely slept until the approach of dawn. Chapter the 5th. The Landing on the Island. In the early morning, it was the second morning after my recovery, and I believe the fourth after I was picked up, I awoke through an avenue of tumultuous dreams, dreams of guns and howling mobs, and became sensible of a horse shouting above me. So like the shouting is horse. It's not a horse shouting. I took that line as if there was a shouting horse above. There's a shouting horse above me. It won't shut the fuck up. I rubbed my eyes and lay listening to the noise, doubtful for a little while of my whereabouts. Then came a sudden pattering of bare feet, the sound of heavy objects being thrown about, a violent creaking and rattling of chains. I heard the swish of the water as the ship was suddenly brought round, and a foamy yellow-green wave flew across the little round window and left it streaming. I jumped into my clothes and went on deck. As I came up the ladder, I saw against the flushed sky, for the sun was just rising, the broad back and red hair of the captain, and over his shoulder the puma spinning from a tackle rigged onto the mizzen span. You're just making up words. You can't just use this in a sentence. The broad back and red hair of the captain, and over his shoulder the puma spinning from a tackle rigged to the mizzen spanker boom. The mizzen spanker boom. You're just making shit up. These are not real words. I refuse to believe these are real words. These are not if these are boat words, these are some funny ass boat words. What is this Dr. Seuss ass world we're in right now? What's this funny old Dr. Seuss language? Rigged on the mizzen I'm very hesitant to look up like boat spanker. Or I could probably look up mizzen. You know what? I do want to know what I do want to find out what mizzen means. What the hell's a mizzen? I spelled mizzen wrong. The mast aft of a ship's main. Oh, okay, so it's like another mast. If I okay, what if I type in mizzen spanker? Mizzen spanker. Where's the spanker of a ship? The spanker is the fore and aft sail on the lower right. The sails have names? Oh my god! Oh my goodness! All these sails have names? They're not just sails? What the hell? Mizzen spank. I'm gonna go for the full bit. Mizzen spanker boom. What is a spanker boom? A boom to which a boom to which a spanker is attached. Spanker sail is attached. All right. Well, boy, that sure didn't clear up that much. Like, okay, I get it. They're boat parts, but at the same time, I'm kind of like, it still sounds incredibly silly. It still sounds really weird. The poor brute seemed horribly scared, and crouched in the bottom of its little cage. "Overboard with them!" bawled the captain. "Overboard with them! We'll have a clean ship soon of the whole billion of them!" He stood in my way, so I had perforce to tap his shoulder to come on deck. He came round with a start, and staggered back a few paces to stare at me. It needed no expert eye to tell the man was still drunk. "Hello!" said he stupidly. And then, with the light coming into his eyes, "Why, it's Mr. Prendick," said I. Prendick be damned, said he. Shut up. That's your name, Mr. Shut up. Excuse me, my name is Mr. Edward Prendick Shut up. It was no good answering the brute, but I certainly did not expect his next move. He held out his hand to the gangway by which Montgomery stood, talking to a massive white-haired man in dirty blue flannels, who had apparently just come aboard. That way, Mr. Blasted Shut Up, that way, roared the captain. I'm back, how's it going? I think our dude is just about at the end of his funny little boat trip. I think our dude is just about ready to get off this boat with the angry drunk captain, and is ready to embark onto Dr. Moreau's funny little animal island. I'm pretty sure that's what's going down now. Spooky, what are you doing in there? What are you climbing on? You're being a nuisance throughout this entire thing. Why are you being such a pest? Why did you have to start being a pest the minute I started? Why are you zooming? Why you got zoomies right now? Okay, go away, kid. You bothered me. That's not true. I love you. Please remain. Anyway, where were we? Montgomery and his companion turned as he spoke. What do you mean, said I. That way, Mr. Blasted Shut Up, that's what I mean. Overboard, Mr. Shut Up and Sharp. We're clearing the ship out. Cleaning the whole blessed ship out. And overboard you go. I stared at him dumbfounded. Then it occurred to me it was exactly the thing I wanted. The lost prospect of a journey as a sole passenger with this quarrelsome sot was not one to mourn over. I turned towards Montgomery. Can't have you, said Montgomery's companion concisely. You can't have me, said I, aghast. He had the squarest and most resolute face I ever set eyes on. Look here, I began, turning to the captain. Overboard, said the captain. The ship ain't for beasts and cannibals and worse than beasts anymore. Overboard you go, Mr. Shut Up. If they can't have you, you goes adrift, but anyhow you go, with your friends. I've done with this blessed island forevermore, amen. I've had enough of it. But Montgomery, I appealed. Spooky, what are you doing? Spooky, what are you... Oh my god, cat, you are being a handful right now. You're being such a nuisance. I'm gonna as soon as you come within my grasp, I'm picking you up and I'm just gonna put you in my lap because I know that's probably what you want. You want the safety and security of big meaty thighs. Yeah, that's the other thing. My cat is just being an absolute pest this stream. Anyway. Right. The captain is telling everybody to get the fuck off the boat. You need a sign that says BRB, getting cat. Hold on. BRB, I gotta go fetch my cat because she's being a nuisance. Let's see. But Montgomery, I appealed. He distorted his lower lip and nodded his head hopelessly at the gray-haired man beside him to indicate his powerlessness to help me. I'll see to you presently, said the captain. Then began a curious three-cornered altercation. Alternately, I appealed to one and another of the three men. First to the gray-haired man to let me land, then to the drunken captain to keep me aboard. I even bawled entreaties to the sailors. Montgomery said never a word, only shook his head. You're going overboard, I tell you, was the captain's refrain. Law be damned, I'm king here. At last, I must confess, my voice suddenly broke in the middle of a vigorous threat. I felt a gust of hysterical petulance and went aft, and stared dismally at nothing. Meanwhile, the sailors progressed rapidly with the task of unshipping the packages and caged animals. A large launch with 2 standing lugs lay under the lee of the schooner, and into this the assortment of goods was swung. I did not then see the hands from the island that were receiving the packages, for the hull of the launch was hidden from me by the side of the schooner. Neither Montgomery nor his companion took the slightest notice of me, but busied themselves in assisting and directing the 4 or 5 sailors who were unloading the goods. The captain went forward, interfering rather than assisting. I was alternately despairful and desperate. Once or twice, as I stood waiting for the things to accomplish themselves, I could not resist an impulse to laugh at my miserable quandary. I felt all the wretcheder for the lack of a breakfast. Hunger and a lack of blood corpuscles take all the manhood from a man. I perceived pretty clearly that I had not the stamina either to resist what the captain chose to do to expel me, or to force myself upon Montgomery and his companion. So I waited passively upon fate, and the work of transferring Montgomery's possessions to the launch went on as if I did not exist. Oh no, you could add a cat to the dead ghost captain's lap. I'll think about that. I will actually ponder that as a possibility and just put a cat there. Because that's like half the time I'm BRBing just to get my cat wrangled. Presently that work was finished, and then came a struggle. I was hauled, resisting weakly enough to the gangway. Even then I noticed the oddness of the brown faces of the men who were with Montgomery in the launch. But the launch was now fully laden, and was shoved off hastily. A broadening gap of green water appeared under me, and I pushed back with all my strength to avoid falling headlong. The hands in the launch shouted derisively. I can't fucking read. I can't read. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I can't fucking read. Anyway. And I heard Montgomery curse at them. And then the captain, the mate, and one of the seamen helping them ran me aft towards the stern. The dinghy of the Lady Vane had been towing behind it. It was half full of water, had no oars, and was quite unvictualled. I can't fucking read. I can't unvictualled. God damn it. I have to look this up. I'm looking this up. I have to look up another word because I don't even know how to say it. Spooky. Oh my god, I love you so much. You're such a good cat. You're beautiful. Unvictualled. For victuals, food, supplies, oh, okay, so it was not, like, provided. Like, there was nothing on it provided for, like, food or stores. Okay, got it. Lousy old-timey words with your lousy old-timey hard-to-read words. I can think good. Spooky, do you promise to just fucking hang out there, please? Please stop running around and screaming at me, I beg you. It was half full of water, had no oars, and was quite unvictualled. I refused to go aboard her, and flung myself full length on the deck. In the end, they swung me into her by a rope, for they had no stern ladder, and cut me adrift. I drifted slowly from the schooner. In a kind of stupor, I watched all hands take to the rigging, and slowly but surely she came round to the wind. The sails fluttered, and then bellied out as the wind came into them. I stared at her weather-beaten side, heeling steeply towards me, and then she passed out of my range of view. I did not turn my head to follow her. At first, I could scarcely believe what had happened. I crouched in the bottom of the dinghy, stunned, and staring blankly at the vacant oily sea. Then I realized I was in that little hell of mine again, now half swamped. Looking back over the gunwale, I saw the schooner standing away from me, with the red-haired captain mocking at me over the chaffrail, and turning towards the island, saw the launch growing smaller as she approached the beach. Abruptly, the cruelty of this desertion became clear to me. I had no means of reaching the land unless I should chance to drift there. I was still weak, you must remember, from my exposure in the boat. I was empty and very faint, and I should have had more heart. But as it was, I suddenly began to sob and weep as I had never done since I was a little child. The tears ran down my face in a passion of despair. I struck with my fists at the water at the bottom of the boat and kicked savagely at the gunwale. I prayed aloud to God that he would let me die. Bummer, dude. That's rough, buddy. That's rough, buddy. Hold on. Hold on.
That's rough, buddy.
That's rough, buddy. Sounds rough. Sounds like a bad time, homie. That's rough, buddy. Chapter the 6th. The Evil-Looking Boatmen. Gotta tell you, I'm kind of surprised he's just sitting in a boat. I love how it's already played before, so we know you've done this. You can visibly tell I've used that before. But the islanders, seeing I was really adrift, took pity on me. I drifted very slowly to the eastward, approaching the islands slantingly, and presently I saw with hysterical relief the launch come round and return towards me. She was not heavily laden, and as she drew near, I could make out Montgomery's white-haired, broad-shouldered companion sitting cramped up with the dogs in several packing cases in the stern sheets. This individual stared fixedly at me without moving or speaking. The black-faced... Oh, God, please don't describe him like this. The black-faced cripple was glaring at me as fixedly in the bows near the Puma. There were 3 other men besides, strange, brutish-looking fellows, at whom the staghounds were snarling savagely. Montgomery, who was steering, brought the boat by me, and, rising, caught and fastened my painter to the tiller to tow me, for there was no room aboard. I had recovered from my hysterical phase by this time, and answered his hail as he approached bravely enough. I told him the dinghy was nearly swamped, and he reached me a piggin. I cannot deal with how many of these wacky boat terms are in this. The mizzen, the spanker, the boomer, the mizzen, the what the hell did I just read? The piggin. What the hell are all these funny words? Why are boats named like Dr. Seuss architecture? What is with this? Why does everything have funny names? I was jerked back as the rope tightened between the boats. For some time I was busy bailing. It was not until I had got the water under, for the water in the dinghy had been shipped, the boat was perfectly sound, that I had leisure to look at the people in the launch again. The white-haired man, I found, was still regarding me steadfastly, but with an expression, as I now fancied, of some perplexity. When my eyes met his, he looked down at the staghounds that sat between his knees. He was a powerfully built man, as I have said, with a fine forehead and rather heavy features. Yo, that forehead, though. Yo, that guy's forehead game, on point. But his eyes had that odd drooping of the skin above the lids that often comes with advancing years, and the fall of his heavy mouth at the corners gave him an expression of pugnacious resolution. He talked to Montgomery in a tone too low for me to hear. From him my eyes traveled to his 3 men, and a strange crew they were. I saw only their faces, yet there was something in their faces, I knew not what, that gave me a spasm of disgust. I looked steadily at them, and the impression did not pass, though I failed to see what had occasioned it. They seemed to me then to be brown men, but their limbs were oddly swathed in some thin, dirty white stuff down even to the fingers and feet. I have never even seen men so wrapped up before, and women so only in the East. They wore turbans, too, and thereunder peered out their elfin faces at me. Faces with protruding lower jaws and bright eyes. They had lank black hair, almost like horsehair, and it seemed, as they sat, to exceed in stature of any race of men I have seen. The white-haired man, who I knew was a good 6 feet in height, sat a head below anyone there. I found afterwards that really none were taller than myself, but their bodies were abnormally long, and the thigh part of the leg short and curiously twisted. At any rate, they were an amazingly ugly yo, this gang ugly. They were an amazingly ugly gang, and over the heads of them, under the forward lug, peered the black face of the man whose eyes were luminous in the dark. As I stared at them, they met my gaze, and then first one and then another turned away from my direct stare and looked at me in an odd, furtive manner. It occurred to me that I was perhaps annoying them, and I turned my attention to the island we were approaching. Am I annoying you? Am I annoying you? I'm sorry. Oh, wait. Well, no, you know what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry I'm annoying you. No. Wrong button. But whatever, the joke still worked. I'm sorry. Am I annoying you? Where were we? Here we go. It was low and covered with thick vegetation, chiefly of the inevitable palm trees. From one point, a thin white thread of vapor rose slantingly to an immense height, and then frayed out like a down feather. We were now within the embrace of a broad blay. The embrace of a broad bay, flanked on either hand by low I can't fucking read this stream. Oh my god. Oh, okay. I gotta tell y'all something. Whoops. Knife. I practiced this a little bit, believe it or not. Like, I actually tried to practice reading this for a little bit because I knew it was gonna really trip me up. So I, like, read in a couple of chapters, like, just to kind of, like, try and get the feel of it, like a day or two ago. And now I'm reading it again, and I'm like, I still can't fucking read it. I'm still bad at it. It's hard. There's so many funny boat words. We were now within the embrace of a broad bay, flanked on either hand by a low promontory. The beach was full of dull gray sand, was of a dull gray sand, and sloped steeply up to a ridge, perhaps 60 or 70 feet above the sea level, and irregularly set with trees and undergrowth. Halfway up was a square stone enclosure that I found subsequently was built partly of coral and partly of pumiceous lava. 2 thatched roofs peeped from within the enclosure. A man stood awaiting us at the water's edge. I fancied, while we were still far off, that I saw some other and very grotesque-looking creatures scuttle into the bushes upon the slope, but I saw nothing of these as we drew nearer. This man was of a moderate size, and with a black... Oh my god, I'm not saying that word. Nope, not saying it. Not saying it. Not saying that word. Not doing it. Not saying it. Not saying it. It's N-word adjacent. Not gonna do it. He was a very with a handsome face. He was very handsome. I'm censoring. I'm letting you know that the word here is horribly racist. I am censoring it, but I'm acknowledging that it is horribly racist. He had a large, almost lipless mouth, extraordinary lank arms, long thin feet, and bow legs, and stood with his heavy face thrust forward staring at us. He was dressed like Montgomery, and his white-haired companion in a jacket and trousers of blue serge. As we came still nearer, this individual began to run to and fro on the beach, making the most grotesque movements. At a word of command from Montgomery, the 4 men in the launch sprang up with singular awkward gestures and struck the lugs. Montgomery steered us round and into a narrow little dock excavated in the beach. Then the man on the beach hastened towards us. This dock, as I call it, we're really a mere ditch just long enough at this phase of the tide to take the longboat. God, okay, so just a brief interlude here. God, I hate how many times I pick up like old timey like classic literature and I'm just like I'm gonna chill. I'm gonna read some funny sounding classic literature today, and I'm gonna get some laughs and some goofs at some funny words and language, and then they'll just use the most like casually racist terms possible, and I'm just like I don't want to say that out loud. Not gonna do it. No. I'm not I'm not saying it. But man, I really wish I could get some classic literature that wasn't also horribly racist. That I mean, I understand that it was like that it was the style at the time, but like I don't want to read it on the stream. It's uncomfortable. I don't want it. It was, I was between this or another Goosebumps novel today, but I was like, I'm going to do some classic literature. I'm going to read Island of Dr. Moreau, and it's going to be great. And I get into this, and it's just like really, really going for like for like the bad depictions of someone who's like clearly of a certain descent. Anyway. I heard the bows ground in the sand, staved the dinghy off the rudder of the big boat with my piggin, and freeing the painter land. What does this mean? What does this mean? What does this fucking mean? What does this goddamn fucking mean? I heard the bows ground in the sand, and staved the dinghy off the rudder of the big boat with my piggin, and freeing the painter. This is a sleeper agent phrase. This is not a real sentence that's said by a human man. Or maybe it was back in, when was this published? Is there an original publishing date for this? When was this story? 1890. Okay, well it was 1896, so they have a bunch of funny words back in 1896. As we have learned in this stream so far up to this point, late 1800s literature can just be a real minefield of wacky words, old-timey racism, and shit that's really boring. Okay, anyway. Alright. Let's see how much of this I can keep going. We better get to the furries soon. I want to see some goddamn animal people. That's why I'm here. The three muffled men, with the clumsiest movements, scrambled out upon the sand, and forthwith set to landing the cargo, assisted by the man on the beach. Oh, wait, I read that wrong. And forthwith set to landing the cargo, assisted by the man on the beach. I was struck especially with the curious movements of the legs of the three swathed and bandaged boatmen. Not stiff they were, but distorted in some odd way, almost as if they were jointed in the wrong place. The dogs were still snarling and strained at their chains after these men, as the white-haired man landed with them. The three big fellows spoke to one another in odd guttural tones, and the man who had waited for us on the beach began chattering to them excitedly in a foreign language, as I fancied, as they laid hands on some bales piled near the stern. Somewhere I had heard such a voice before, and I could not think where. The white-haired man stood holding a tumult of 6 dogs and bawling orders over their din. Montgomery, having unshipped the rudder, landed likewise, and all set to work at unloading. I was too faint, what with my long fast and the sun beating down on my bare head, to offer any assistance. Presently the white-haired man seemed to recollect my presence, and came up to me. "You look," said he, "as though you had not breakfasted." His little eyes were brilliant black under his heavy brows. "I must apologize for that. Now you are our guest. We must make you comfortable, though you are uninvited, you know." "You don't look like you've eaten." "Oh, man, we better get you comfortable. You're not fucking invited here, though." "We didn't ask you to come here. Now we gotta fucking take care of you, asshole." He looked keenly into my face. Montgomery says you are an educated man, Mr. Prendick. Says you know something of science. May I ask you what that signifies? I told him I had spent some years at the Royal College of Science and had done some research in biology under Huxley. He raised his eyebrows slightly at that. That alters the case a little, Mr. Prendick, he said, with a trifle more respect in his manner. As it happens, we are biologists here. This is a biological station, of a sort. His eye rested on the men in white, who were busily hauling the puma on rollers towards the walled yard. I and Montgomery, at least, he added. Then when you will be able to get away, I can't say. We're off the track to anywhere. We see a ship once in a 12-month or so. He left me abruptly and went up to the beach past his group and, I think, entered the enclosure. The other two men were with Montgomery, erecting a pile of smaller packages on a low-wheeled truck. The llama was still on the launch, with the rabbit hutches, the staghound still lashed to the thwarts. The pile of things completed, all three men laid hold of the truck and began shoving the ton weight or so upon it after the puma. Presently Montgomery left them, and coming back to me, held out his hand. I'm glad, said he, for my own part, that Captain was a silly ass. That Captain was a silly ass. He was such a silly ass. He'd have made things lively for you. It was you, said I, that saved me again. That depends. You'll find this island an infernally rum place, I promise you. I'd watch my goings carefully if I were you. He hesitated, and seemed to alter his mind about what was on his lips. I wish you'd help me with these rabbits, he said. His procedure with the rabbits was singular. I waded in with him and helped him lug one of the hutches ashore. No sooner was that done than he opened the door of it, and tilting the thing on one end, turned its living contents out onto the ground. They fell in a struggling heap, one on top of the other. He clapped his hands, and forthwith they went off with that hopping run of theirs, 15 or 20 of them, I should think, up the beach. Increase and multiply, my friends. my friends, increase and multiply. Replenish the island. Hitherto, we've had a certain lack of meat here. As I watched them disappearing, the white-haired man returned with a brandy flask and some biscuits. Something to go on with Prendick, said he, in a far more familiar tone than before. I made no ado, but set to work on the biscuits at once, while the white-haired man helped Montgomery to release about a score more of the rabbits. Three big hutches, however, went up to the house with the puma. The brandy I did not touch, for I have been an abstainer from my birth. You've been a nerd. Look at this loser. Okay. Let me ask you something, chat. Let me ask you a question. How are we feeling on this? Are we enjoying ourselves? Are we having fun with this? Are we having a good time? I thought I was going to have a good time with this, but I'm kind of like, I'm a little eh so far. I'm a little eh. I'm honestly, a little eh. A little meh. I'm a little eh. Yeah, I'm a little bit eh. Not really feeling it. I kind of went into it, because, like, I know H.G. Wells is kind of dry to begin with. I mean, because, like, when we were reading, like, Lovecraft stuff, that was dry, but it was usually kind of fun to dunk on because, like, he's a freaky old weirdo. But, like, this is just kind of like, meh. So yeah, I don't know. I think I'm probably gonna drop. I think I'm probably gonna drop Island of Dr. Moreau. I don't want to do it any Moreau. Everybody laugh. Anyway, we still got some time left in the stream though, so let's see what I've got. Let's go. I'm gonna go over to my. Oh, you know what? Let me dig over on my books here. And then I'm gonna take that away. I'm gonna have my fellas here help me figure out. I'm just gonna sit on the floor. No, I'm not. Never mind. I'm gonna stand because I'm gonna end up sitting on my. I'm gonna end up sitting on the squid's poor hand. Okay. Anyway, so I'm gonna take the mic. I'm taking the mic with me. The mic comes along. I'm gonna move the mic right there as I go over to my bookshelf when I try to find something else to do for today. Um, Man, what do we do? What do we do, chat? What do we read? What do we read? I walked away from the chat. I can't actually see the chat, so I don't know what the hell all y'all are saying. No one's saying anything. Okay, that's fine. Let's see. I'm going to grab this. And I'm going to grab this. And I'm going to grab this. Meow. Meow. I know you're a cat. A very good cat at that. You're a very good meow kitty. Let me see here. Okay, Moreau, I'm bored with you. I no longer want to read. Oh, you can't even. Hold on. Let me move the mic back. There we go. All right, I'm moving back up to. Whoops. I'm moving back up to my chair. Okay, so I have. Okay, so here's what I've got. Here's what I've got in my hands right now. We could revisit our favorite old timey horror weirdo with some Lovecraft and see what kind of hot nonsense was next on the palette. We could also come back to Attack of the Vampire Weenies. There's still plenty of stories left in there that would probably fill up an hour pretty well enough. And there's something new that I have here that I'm pondering on if it would work as well as its own stream. I will show you the cover. What's it called? It's called Slasher Girls and Monster Boys. It's like... Oh, no, okay, that's right. It's like more like teenager horror. Like a teenage middle school kind of spookiness. Even that logo feels very like Smile Dog adjacent. But I'm like I said, I'm wondering if I want to hold, because I did look into it a little bit. I think it would be a good time. I'm wondering if I want to make that its own stream. So I'm gonna leave it out. Maybe that's what we'll do on Friday. But for now, I don't know. I want to do something. I want to do something with the last hour of the stream. Slasher Girls should be its own stream. That's what I was thinking. Because like I said, I was flipping through it, and it looks fun. Because like it looks fun in the kind of way where I think it's going to be like an actual collection of like interesting, cool horror stories. But ones that I know won't go too hard. Need I remind y'all of the one compilation that we read where the first story was some kind of weird like sex shit? It was like classic gothic horror stories, and it was like a contemporary weird horror sex thing. It was really unpleasant. We run into that a lot on this stream. Goddamn. Oh, you know what else we could do? There is something else. We could go digging around SCP articles again. That could also be fun. We could probably try to look up some fun, goofy little SCPs. I don't know what to do, man. Dr. Moreau was my plan. That's all I had planned today. and now I'm like, well, that was a load of shit. I'm looking at Dr. Moreau and I'm just like, this sucked. This was or love crap. I think for the sake of like theming today, I'm gonna see what kind of goofy nonsense we have up next for Lovecraft. Because then when I title the VOD of this stream, I can just call it the H.G. Wells Lovecraft Power Hour. Let's see. I'm gonna rename the stream. Okay, there we go. All right. Putting up the weenies, putting up the Moreaus. Let's see. We did. I know we did Rats in the Walls. I think Rats in the Walls was the last one we did on our stream. Let me check. Let me go back. Let me check my stream VODs. Let me check my stream VODs so that I can check a thing. Let me go back and look and check and see. I have some. You know what? I'm actually like really proud of all the videos I've started to amass. Like I've got like over 12 VODs now, and I'm really happy that I've stuck with this as long as I have. Right. Okay. So the last story we did was Rats in the Walls. All right. Okay then. So let's go ahead and run with it. We got an hour left in the stream. Let's go ahead and do some goofy little Lovecraft. Drink us some water. And let's go ahead. Let's just chill. Let's do some Lovecraft. And this is what we'll do. I'm sorry everybody for like shifting gears so suddenly and for taking a while to figure it out. I'm just like, oh my god. Oh, buddy, Wells, holy shit. That was getting real tough. That was getting tough. That stopped being fun. That's how I feel about it. That wasn't fun anymore. All right, so let's see what our goofy weirdo is up to. This is The Outsider. Unhappy is he to whom the memories of childhood bring only fear and sadness. Wretched is he who looks back upon the lone hours in vast and dismal chambers, with brown hangings and maddening rows of antique books, or upon odd watches in twilight groves of grotesque, gigantic, and vine-encumbered trees that silently wave twisted branches far aloft. Such a lot the gods gave to me, the dazed, the disappointed, the barren, the broken, and yet I am strangely content, and cling desperately to those sere memories, when my mind momentarily threatens to reach beyond to the other. I know not where I was born, save that the castle was infinitely old and infinitely horrible, full of dark passages having high ceilings where the eye could find only cobwebs and shadows. The stones in the crumbling corridors seemed always hideously damp, and there was an accursed smell everywhere, as of the piled-up corpses of dead generations. It was never light, so that I used sometimes to light candles and gaze steadily at them for relief. Nor was there any sun outdoors, since the terrible trees grew high above the topmost accessible tower. There was one black tower which reached above the trees into the unknown outer sky, but that was partly ruined and could not be ascended save by a well-nigh impossible climb up a sheer wall stone by stone. I must have lived years in this place, but I cannot measure the time. Beings must have cared for my needs, yet I cannot recall any person except myself, or anything alive but the noiseless rats and bats and spiders. I think that whoever nursed me must have been shockingly aged, since my first conception of a living person was that of something mockingly like myself, yet distorted, shriveled, and decaying like the castle. To me there was nothing grotesque in the bones and skeletons that stowed some of the stone crypts deep down among the foundations. I fantastically associated these things with everyday events, and thought them more natural than the colored pictures of living beings which I found in many of the moldy books. From such books I learned all that I know. No teacher urged or guided me, and I do not recall hearing any human voice in all those years, not even my own. For although I had read of speech, I had never thought to try to speak aloud.
My aspect was a matter equally unthought of, for there were no mirrors in the castle, and I merely regarded myself by instinct as akin to the youthful figures I saw drawn and painted in the books. I felt conscious of youth because I remembered so little. Outside, across the putrid moat and under the dark, mute trees, I would often lie and dream for hours about what I read in the books, and would longingly picture myself amidst gay crowds and amidst gay crowds. I love me when I longingly picture myself amidst gay crowds. In the sunny world beyond the endless forest. Once I tried to escape from the forest, but as I went further from the castle, the shade grew denser and the air more filled with brooding fear, so that I ran frantically back lest I lose my way in a labyrinth of nighted silence. So through endless twilights I dreamed and waited, though I knew not what I waited for. Then in the shadowy solitude my longing for light grew so frantic that I could rest no more, and I lifted entreating hands to the single black ruined tower that reached above the forest into an unknown outer sky. And at last I resolved to scale that tower, fall though I might, since it were better to glimpse the sky and perish than to live without ever beholding day. In the dank twilight I climbed the worn and aged stone stairs till I reached the level where they ceased, and therefore clung perilously to the small footholds leading upward. Ghastly and terrible was that dead, stairless cylinder of rock, black, ruined, and deserted, and sinister with the startled bats whose wings made no noise. But more ghastly and terrible still was the slowness of my progress. For climb as I might, the darkness overhead grew no thinner, and a new chill as of haunted and venerable mold assailed me. I shivered as I wondered why I did not reach the light, and would have looked down had I dared. I fancied that night had come suddenly upon me, and vainly groped with one free hand for a window and brazier, that I might peer out and above, and try to judge the height I had attained. All at once, after an infinity of awesome, sightless crawling up that concave of desperate precipice, I felt my head touch a solid thing, and knew I must have gained the roof, or at least some kind of floor. In the darkness I raised my free hand and tested the barrier, finding it stone and immovable. Then came a deadly circuit of the tower, clinging to whatever holds the slimy wall could give, till finally my testing hand found the barrier yielding, and I turned upward again, pushing the slab or door with my head as I used both hands in my fearful ascent. There was no light revealed above, and as my hands went higher, I knew that my climb was for the nonce ended. Since the slab was the trap door of an aperture leading to the level stone surface of greater circumference than the lower tower, no doubt the floor of some lofty and capacious observation chamber. I crawled through carefully and tried to prevent the heavy slab from falling back into place, but failed in the latter attempt. As I lay exhausted on the stone floor, I heard the eerie echoes of its fall, but hoped, when necessary, to pry it up again. This is giving me Amnesia Dark Descent vibes. Yeah, it super is. That's a apt comparison. I could see this being read out like from a note in that game. Believing I was now at a prodigious height, far above the accursed branches of the wood, I dragged myself up from the floor and fumbled about for windows, that I might look for the first time upon the sky and the moon and stars of which I had read. But on every hand I was disappointed, since all that I found were vast shelves of marble, bearing odious oblong boxes of disturbing size. More and more I reflected, and wondered what hoary secrets might abide in this high apartment, so many aeons cut off from the castle below. Then unexpectedly my hands came upon a doorway, where hung a portal of stone, rough and strange chiseling. Trying it, I found it locked, but with a supreme burst of strength I overcame all obstacles and dragged it open inward. As I did so, there came to me the purest ecstasy I have ever known. For shining tranquilly through an ornate grating of iron, down a short stone passageway of steps that ascended from a newly found doorway, was the radiant full moon, which I had never before seen save in dreams and in vague visions I dared not call memories. Fancying now that I had attained the very pinnacle of the castle, I commenced to rush up the few steps beyond the door, but the sudden veiling of the moon by a cloud caused me to stumble, and I felt my way more slowly in the dark. It was still very dark when I reached the grating, which I tried carefully and found unlocked, but which I did not open for fear of falling from the amazing height to which I had climbed. Then the moon came out. The moon comes out and it's like the moon's like, hey, I'm gay. Then the moon came out. Hey, what's up? I'm gay. Everybody laugh at my funny joke. Laugh at it. No, anyway. Most demoniacal of all shocks is that of the abysmally unexpected and grotesquely unbelievable. Nothing I had before undergone could compare in terror with what I now saw, with the bizarre marvels that sight implied. The sight itself was as simple as it was stupefying, for it was merely this. Instead of dizzying prospect of treetops seen from lofty eminence, there stretched around me on level through the grating nothing less than the solid ground, decked and diversified by marble slabs and columns, and overshadowed by an ancient stone church, whose ruined spire gleamed spectrally in the moonlight. Half unconscious, I opened the grating and staggered out upon the white gravel path that stretched away in two directions. My mind, stunned and chaotic as it was, still held the frantic craving for light, and not even the frantic wonder which had happened could stay my course. I neither knew nor cared whether my experience was insanity, dreaming, or magic, but was determined to gaze on brilliance and gaiety at any cost. I knew not who I was, or what my surroundings might be, though as I continued to stumble along I became conscious of a kind of fearsome latent memory that made my progress not wholly fortuitous. I passed under an arch out of that region of slabs and columns, and wandered through the open country, sometimes following the visible road, but sometimes leaving it curiously to tread across meadows where only occasional ruins bespoke the ancient presence of a forgotten road. Once I swam across a swift river where crumbling mossy masonry told of a bridge long vanished. Over 2 hours must have passed before I reached what seemed to be my goal, a venerable ivied castle in a thickly wooded park, maddeningly familiar, yet full of perplexing strangeness to me. I saw that the moat was filled in, and that some of the well-known towers were demolished, whilst new wings existed to confuse the beholder. But what I observed with chief interest and delight were the open windows, gorgeously ablaze with light, and sending forth sound of the gayest revelry. Advancing to one of these, I looked in and saw an oddly dressed company indeed, making merry, and speaking brightly to one another. I had never seemingly heard human speech before, and could guess only vaguely what was said. Some of the faces seemed to hold expressions that brought up incredibly remote recollections, others were utterly alien. I now stepped through the low window into the brilliantly lighted room, stepping as I did so from my single bright moment of hope to my blackest convulsion of despair and realization. The nightmare was quick to come, for as I entered, there occurred immediately one of the most terrifying demonstrations I had ever conceived. Scarcely had I crossed the sill when there descended upon the whole company a sudden and unheralded fear of hideous intensity, distorting every face and evoking the most horrible screams from nearly every throat. Flight was universal, and in the clamor and panic several fell in a swoon and were dragged away by their madly fleeing companions. Many covered their eyes with their hands and plunged blindly and awkwardly in their race to escape, overturning furniture and stumbling against the walls before they managed to reach one of the many doors. The cries were shocking, and as I stood in the brilliant apartment alone and dazed, listening to their vanishing echoes, I trembled at the thought of what might be lurking near me unseen. At a casual inspection, the room seemed deserted, but when I moved toward one of the alcoves, I thought I detected a presence there, a hint of motion beyond the gold-arched doorway leading to another, somewhat similar room. As I approached the arch, I began to perceive the presence more clearly, and then, with the first and last sound I ever uttered, a ghastly ululation that revolted me almost poignantly as its noxious cause, I beheld in full, frightful vividness the inconceivable, indescribable and unmentionable monstrosity that had by its simple appearance changed a merry company to a herd of delirious fugitives. I cannot even hint what it was like, for it was a compound of all that is unclean, uncanny, unwelcome, abnormal, and detestable. It was the ghoulish shade of decay, antiquity, and desolation, the putrid, dripping eidolon of unwholesome revelation, the awful bearing of that which the merciful earth should always hide. God knows it was not of this world, or no longer. My neighbors are going nuts. My neighbors are like actually screaming at each other right now. What the fuck? Everything is interrupting me today. I just want to fucking read. Stop yelling at each other. God damn it. They're slamming doors. God damn. Oi. Shit. I was on such a roll, and then I got like blah 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 undescribable monstrosity. That's Lovecraft in a nutshell. Let's see. The awful bearing of which the merciful earth should always hide. God knows it was not of this world, or no longer of this world. Yet to my horror I saw in its eaten away and bone-revealing outlines a leering, abhorrent travesty on the human shape, and in its moldy, disintegrating apparel an unspeakable quality that chilled me even more. I was almost paralyzed, but not too much so to make a feeble effort towards flight, a backward stumble which failed to break the spell in which the nameless, voiceless monster held me. My eyes, bewitched by the glassy orbs which stared loathsomely into them, refused to close, though they were mercifully blurred, and shewed the terrible object but indistinctly after the first shock. I tried to raise my hand to shut out the sight, yet so stunned were my nerves that my arm could not fully obey my will. The attempt, however, was enough to disturb my balance, so that I had to stagger forward several steps to avoid falling. As I did so, I became suddenly and agonizingly aware of the nearness of the carrion thing, whose hideous hollow breathing I half fancied I could hear. Nearly mad, I found myself yet able to throw out a hand to ward off the fitted apparition which pressed so close, when in one cataclysmic second of cosmic nightmarishness and hellish accident my fingers touched the rotting outstretched paw of the monster beneath the golden arch. I did not shriek, but all the fiendish ghouls that ride the night wind shrieked for me, as in that same second there crashed down upon my mind a single and fleeting avalanche of soul-annihilating memory. I knew in that second all that had been. I remembered beyond the frightful castle in the trees, and recognized the altered edifice of which I now stood. I recognized most terrible of all the unholy abomination that stood leering before me as I withdrew my sullied fingers from its own. But in the cosmos there is balm as well as bitterness, and that balm is nepenthe. Nepenthe? Nepenthe. Nepenthe? Nepenthe. 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 How much does that cost? Nepenthe. In the supreme horror of that second, I forgot what had horrified me, and the burst of black memory vanished in a chaos of echoing images. In a dream I fled from that haunted and accursed pile, and ran swiftly and silently into the moonlight. When I returned to the churchyard place of marble and went down the steps, I found the stone trap door immovable, but I was not sorry, for I had hated the antique castle in the trees. Now I ride with the mocking and friendly ghouls on the night wind, and play by day amongst the catacombs of the Nephrin Ka, in the sealed and unknown valley of Hadoth by the Nile. I know that light is not for me, save that of the moon over the rock tombs of Neb, nor any gaiety save the unnamed feast of Nitocris beneath the Great Pyramid, yet in my new wildness and freedom I almost welcome the bitterness of alienage. For although Nepenthe has calmed me, I know always that I am an outsider, a stranger in this century, and among those who are still men. This I have known ever since I stretched out my fingers to the abomination within the great gilded frame, stretched out my fingers and touched a cold and unyielding surface of polished glass. So as 100% obvious as that was, I actually like that one. I still like it. That's like, I think I've seen this, I saw this put in like a collection of vampire stories once, and that kind of gives me the inclination that this is like This is like a vampire living in like an underground crypt, more like basically. And I'm assuming that what he thinks are like trees are like large stone pillars of whatever this like crypt or underground like castle is. Um See, I thought it was a mummy that was taken to a museum. That's a theoretical. I could see that too. Because they did start throwing out a bunch of funny Egyptian names right at the end there. But I think my interpretation when I read it the first time as a teenager and now is that it's a vampire who's been living underground for so long that they've kind of forgotten why they're there. And then one day they just kind of go like, I'm gonna see what's out there. I'm gonna see what's beyond. And then once they get outside, they eventually see like a mirror image of themselves, and then they get like so horribly scared, and then go, oh shit, oh fuck, that's right, I'm fucking ugly. I'm ugly as shit. I'm a monster. Oh no. Uh, okay, so I think I'm assuming this next story, if it's as long as I think it is, I think this will probably take up the rest of the stream. So we're gonna do Color Out of Space. I'm ugly and I'm proud. I'm ugly and I'm proud. The Outsider, 1920, 11 something. Color Out of Space. West of Arkham, the hills rise wild, and there are valleys with deep woods that no axe has ever cut. There are dark, narrow glens where the trees slope fantastically, and where thin brooklets trickle without ever having caught the glint of sunlight. On the gentler slopes there are farms, ancient and rocky, with squat, moss-coated cottages brooding eternally over old New England secrets in the lee of great ledges. But these are all vacant now, the wide chimneys crumbling, and the shingled sides bulging perilously beneath low gambrel roofs. The old folk have gone away, and foreigners do not like to live there. French Canadians have tried it, Italians have tried it, and the Poles have come and departed. But can they see why kids love Cinnamon Toast Crunch? Anyway. It is not because of anything that can be seen or heard or handled, but because of something that is imagined. The place is not good for the imagination, and does not bring restful dreams at night. It must be this which keeps the foreigners away, for old Ammi Pierce has never told them of anything he recalls from the strange days. Ammi, whose head had been a little queer for years, is the only one who still remains, or who ever talks of the strange days. And he dares to do this because his house is so near the open fields and the traveled roads around Arkham. There was once a road over the hills and through the valleys that ran straight where the blasted heath is now, but people ceased to use it, and a new road was laid curving far towards the south. Traces of the old one can still be found amidst the weeds of a returning wilderness, and some of them will doubtless linger even when half the hollows are flooded for the new reservoir. Then the dark woods will be cut down, and the blasted heath will slumber far below blue waters, whose surface will mirror the sky and ripple in the sun. And the secrets of the strange days will be one with the deep secrets, one with the hidden lore of old ocean, and all the mystery of primal earth. When I went into the hills and vales to survey for a new reservoir, they told me the place was evil. They told me this in Arkham, and because that is a very old town full of witch legends, I thought the evil must be something which grandmams had whispered to children through centuries. The name Blasted Heath seemed to me a very odd and theatrical, and I wondered how it had come into the folklore of a Puritan people. Then I saw the dark westward tangle of glens and slopes for myself, and ceased to wonder at anything besides its own elder mystery. It was morning when I saw it, but shadow lurked always there. The trees grew too thickly, and their trunks were too big for any healthy New England wood. Those trees were thick. THICC, those trees were thick, boy. Damn, that's a thick-ass tree. That's a thick, long tree. That's a thick-ass tree. There was too much silence in the dim alleys between them, and the floor was too soft with dank moss and mattings of infinite years of decay. In the open spaces, mostly along the lines of the old road, there were little hillside farms, sometimes with all the buildings standing, sometimes with only one or two, and sometimes with only a lone chimney or a fast filling cellar. Weeds and briars reigned, and furtive wild things rustled in the undergrowth. Upon everything was a haze of restlessness and oppression, a touch of the unreal and the grotesque, as if some vital element of perspective or, this is a weird word, Chiroscuro. Thick wood comes from thick trees. Ah, yeah. As if some vital element of perspective or chiaroscuro. All right, we're doing another dictionary run because I don't know what this word means. Chia, chiaroscuro. The hell's a chiaroscuro? Treatment of light and shade in drawing and painting. Oh, cool. All right. You got any examples? Ooh. Okay, cool. I learned a new word today. As if some vital element of perspective or chiaroscuro were awry. I did not wonder that the foreigners would not stay, for this was no region to sleep in. It was too much like the landscape of Salvator Rosa, too much like some forbidden woodcut in a tale of terror. But even all this was not so bad as the blasted heath. I knew it the moment I came upon it at the bottom of a spacious valley, for no other name could fit such a thing, or any other thing fit such a name. It was as if the poet had coined the phrase from having seen this one particular region. I must, I thought as I viewed it, be the out it must, I thought as I viewed it, be the outcome of a fire. But why had nothing new ever grown over those 5 acres of gray desolation that sprawled open to the sky like a great spot eaten by acid in the woods and fields? It lay largely to the north of the ancient road line, but encroached a little on the other side. I felt an odd reluctance about reproaching, and did so at last only because my business took me through and past it. There was no vegetation of any kind on the broad expanse, but only a fine gray dust or ash, which no wind seemed to ever blow about. The trees near it were sickly and stunted, and many dead trunks stood or lay rotting at the rim. As I walked hurriedly by, I saw the tumbled bricks and stones of an old chimney and cellar on my right, and the yawning black maw of an abandoned well, whose stagnant vapors played strange tricks with the hues of the sunlight. Even the long dark woodland climb beyond seemed welcome in contrast, and I marveled no more at the frightened whispers of the Arkham people. There had been no house or ruin near. Even in the old days the place must have been lonely and remote, and at twilight, dreading to repass that ominous spot, I walked circuitously back to the town by the curving road on the south. I vaguely wished some clouds would gather, for an odd timidity about the deep skyey voids above had crept into my soul. In the evening I asked old people in Arkham about the blasted heath, and what was meant by the phrase strange days, which so many evasively muttered. I could not, however, get any good answers, except that all the mystery was much more recent than I had dreamed. It was not a matter of old legendry at all, but something within the lifetime of those who spoke. It had happened in the 80s, and a family... in the 80s? 1880s. And a family had disappeared or was killed. Speakers would not be exact. It had happened in the 80s, and a family had disappeared or was killed. Speakers would not be exact, and because they all told me to pay no attention to old Ami Pierce's crazy tales, I sought him out the next morning, having heard that he lived alone in the ancient tottering cottage where the trees first began to get very thick. The thick trees. Greg, don't make me treat you like your family did. Get your dang book out. Oh, my book isn't out! That's why you keep yelling book at me! Oh my god!
Sorry, I didn't have my fucking book out. I've been sitting here just talking to empty space for God knows how long. Actually, I'm gonna do something while I'm looking up here though. Just real quick. Settings, change image, change it over to that, save that, close that, bring this back up, pull this back up. Make bigger. Because we're doing Lovecraft stories now. Oh, good golly. I was looking over, I'm like, why do you all keep yelling book? And it's like I just realized my book isn't out. I've been reciting this all from memory. I just know it that well. I'm sitting here reciting all of this to you from my memory. All right. That was funny. Let me check back where I was here. It was a fearsomely archaic place, and had begun to exude the faint miasmal odor which clings about old houses and have stood too long. Only with persistent knocking could I rouse the aged man, and when he shuffled timidly to the door, I could tell he was not glad to see me. He was not so feeble as I expected, but his eyes drooped in a curious way, and his unkempt clothing and his white beard made him seem very worn and dismal. Not knowing just how he could best be launched on his tales, I feigned a matter of business, told him of my surveying, and asked vague questions about the district. He was far brighter and more educated than I had been led to think, and before I knew it, had grasped quite as much of the subject as any man I had talked with in Arkham. He was not like other rustics I had known in the sections where reservoirs were to be. From him there were no protests at the miles of old wood and farmland to be blotted out, though perhaps there would have been had not his home lain perhaps there would have been had not his home lain outside the bounds of the future lake. Relief was all that he shewed, relief at the doom of a dark ancient valleys through which he had roamed all his life. They were better under water now, better under water since the strange days, and with his opening his husky voice sank low, while his body leaned forward and his right forefinger began to point shakily and impressively. That feel when you shake your forefinger and it's really impressive. It was then that I heard the story, and as the rambling voice scraped and whispered on, I shivered again and again despite the summer day. Often I had to recall the speaker from ramblings, piece out scientific points which he knew only by a fading parrot memory of professors' talk, or bridge over gaps where his sense of logic and continuity broke down. When he was done, I did not wonder that his mind had snapped a trifle, or that the folk of Arkham would not speak much of the blasted heath. I hurried back before sunset to my hotel, unwilling to have the stars come out above me in the open, and the next day returned to Boston to give up my position. I could not go into that dim chaos of old forest and slope again, or face another time that gray blasted heath, where the black well yawned deep beside the tumbled bricks and stones. The reservoir will soon be built now, and all those elder secrets will be safe forever under watery fathoms. But even then, I do not believe I would like to visit that country by night, at least not when the sinister stars are out, and nothing could bribe me to drink the new city water of Arkham. It all began, old Amy said, with the meteorite. Before that time, it all began 10,000 years ago when a meteorite struck the earth and wiped out the dinosaur. It all began, old Ami said, with the meteorite. Before that time, there had been no wild legends at all since the witch trials, and even then these western woods were not feared half so much as the small island in the Miskatonic, where the devil held court beside a curious stone altar older than the Indians. These were not haunted woods, and their fantastic dusk was never terrible, till the strange days. Then there had come that white noontide cloud, that string of explosions in the air, and that pillar of smoke from the valley far in the wood, and by night all Arkham had heard of the great rock that fell out of the sky and bedded itself in the ground beside the well at the Newham Gardner place.
That was the house which had stood where the blasted heath was to come. The trim white Nom Gardner house amidst the fertile gardens and orchards. Nom had come to town to tell people about the stone, and had dropped in at Ami Pierce's on the way. Ami was 40 then, and all the queer things were fixed very strongly in his mind. He and his wife had gone with the 3 professors from Miskatonic University, who hastened out the next morning to see the weird visitor from unknown stellar space, and had wondered why Nom had called it so large the day before. It had shrunk, Nom said, as he pointed out the big brownish mound above the ripped earth and charred grass near the archaic well sweep in his front yard. But the wise Med answered that stones do not shrink. Its heat lingered persistently, and Nom declared it had glowed faintly in the night. The professors tried it with the geologist's hammer and found it was oddly soft. It was, in truth, so soft as to be almost plastic, and they gouged rather than chipped a specimen to take back to the college for testing. They took it in an old pail borrowed from Nom's kitchen, for even the small piece refused to grow cool. On the trip back, they stopped at Ami's to rest, and seemed thoughtful when Mrs. Pierce remarked that the fragment was growing smaller and burning the bottom of the pail. Truly, it was not large, but perhaps they had taken less than they thought. The day after that, all of this was in June of '82, the professors had trooped out again in great excitement. As they passed Ami's, they told him what queer things the specimen had done, and how it had faded wholly away when they put it in the glass beaker. The beaker had gone too, and the wise men talked of the strange stone's affinity for silicon. It had acted quite unbelievably in that well-ordered laboratory, doing nothing at all and showing no occluded gases when heated on charcoal, being wholly negative in the borax speed, and soon proving itself absolutely non-volatile at any producible temperature, including that of the oxyhydrogen blowpipe. On an anvil it appeared highly malleable, and in the dark its luminosity was very marked. Stubbornly refusing to grow cool, it soon had the college in a state of real excitement, and when upon heating before the spectroscope, it displayed shining bands unlike any known colors of the normal spectrum. Wait, hold on a second, I took that wrong. And when upon heating before the spectroscope, it displayed shining bands unlike any known colors of the normal spectrum. There was much less breathless talk of new elements, bizarre optical. There was much breathless talk of new elements, bizarre optical properties, and other things which puzzled men of science. This is a weirdly written sentence. This is a weird sentence. Hold on. Stubbornly refusing to grow cool, it soon had the college in a state of real excitement, and when upon heating before the spectroscope, it displayed shining bands unlike any known colors of the normal spectrum. There was much breathless. Like there's no like punctuation there. I feel like there should be a little more punctuation than none at all here. Me taking out my red pen to fucking grammar correct Lovecraft like 100 years after he died. And others which puzzled men of science are wont to say when faced with the unknown. How does it... Okay, so, yeah, it's a hard one. Gotta tell you, though, I had a way harder time. I had a way goddamn harder time trying to read Island of Dr. Moreau a little bit ago. Island of Dr. Moreau had all these goddamn funny boat words in it. I'm still gonna think of Mizzen Spanker Boom, and I'm gonna be like, that's not a real goddamn sentence. I read this one the other week, and the sentences are crazy. Yeah, they super are. Lovecraft's just goddamn like that. Oy, oy, oy. But it's fine. It's fine. We'll get through. We can do it. Frankenstein is forked too. Oh my god. I have that on my list of potential stuff to read. If that one's messy too, that's either going to be really fun or really goddamn hard. Okay. Hot as it was, they tested it in a crucible with all the proper reagents. Water did nothing. Hydrochloric acid was the same. Nitric acid and even aqua regia merely hissed and spattered against its torrid invulnerability. Ami had difficulty in recalling all these things, but recognized some solvents as I mentioned them in the usual order of use. There were ammonia and caustic soda, alcohol and ether, nauseous carbon disulfide, and a dozen others. But although the weight grew steadily less as time passed and the fragments seemed to be slightly cooling, there was no change in the solvents to show that they had attacked the substance at all. It was a metal, though, beyond a doubt. It was magnetic, for one thing, and after its immersion in the acid solvents, there seemed to be faint traces of the Widmanstatin figures found on the meteoric iron. What the hell is a Widmanstatin figure? What the hell is Widmanstatin? Widmanstatin. Widmanstatin patterns, also known as Thomson structures, are figures of long nickel iron crystals. Cool. Rocks are neat. Anyway. Frankenstein I really like, though. All run-on sentences with everyone having 5 or more syllables. Oh man, I tried Frankenstein and found it impenetrable. Almost broke when reading the letter about William. I'm gonna have to crack open Frankenstein and give it a little bit of a preview at some point, like just so I can get a taste of what y'all are talking about. Because you've all got me curious now. Because that one could either be really fun to watch me fucking struggle through, or it could be extremely painful. Where were we? It was magnetic. It had cool rock patterns in it. When the cooling had grown very considerable, the testing was carried on in glass, and it was in glass beaker that they left all the chips made of the original fragment during the work. The next morning, both chips and beaker were gone without a trace, and only a charred spot marked the place of the wooden shelf where they had been. All this the professors told Ami as they paused at his door, and once more he went with them to see the stony messenger from the stars, though this time his wife did not accompany him. It had now most certainly shrunk, and even the sober professors could not doubt the truth of what they saw. All around the dwindling brown lump near the well was a vacant space, except where the earth had caved in, and whereas it had been a good 7 feet across the day before, it was now scarcely 5. It was still hot, and the sages studied its surface curiously as they detached another and larger piece with the hammer and chisel. They gouged deeply this time. As they pried away the smaller mass, they saw that the core of the thing was not quite homogeneous. They had uncovered what seemed to be the side of a large colored globule embedded in the substance. The color, which resembled some of the bands in the meteor's strange spectrum, was almost impossible to describe, and it was only by analogy that they called it a color at all. Its texture was glossy, and upon tapping it, appeared to promise both brittleness and hollowness. One of the professors gave it a smart blow with a hammer, and it burst with a nervous little pop. Nothing was emitted, and all trace of the thing vanished with the puncturing. It left behind a hollow spherical space about 3 inches across, and all thought it probable that others would be discovered as the enclosing substance wasted away. Okay, 2 things. What if they were like, oh man, we can't describe this color. It's like not a color known to man. And then it turns out to be like it looks like this. Like it's just like Lisa Frank colors inside of it. They crack open the color out of space and it just looks like this. And they're just like, we don't even know what to call this. It's we can only call it whoopsie. No, I don't want that. We're only calling it a color because it's all we can think of it. Cuz that kind of works, right? You look at this and you're like, boy, that sure is colors. Is this the book that the Nicolas Cage movie is from? Yes it is. I have not seen that movie yet, but I do want to. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. Oh yeah, and you know what? Other thing, kind of love how they're just like, oh, this space rock from space has some weird goopy shit in it. Let's just hit it with a hammer. A plus sciencing. Let's just smack it, and then it just pops. And they're not worried at all. They're just like, oh, that's fine. This it's probably still breathable around it. We're probably not gonna totally get Prometheus did. Or wait, it might have been Alien Covenant. Was it Alien Covenant or no? It was Prometheus, right? I think it's Prometheus where they all take their helmets off when they're in space and they're just like, time to fucking snork the local wildlife, and then they get parasites in their brain. Whatever. Anyway. Uh, Conjecture was vain, so after a futile attempt to find additional globules by drilling, the seekers left again with their new specimen, which proved, however, as baffling in the laboratory as its predecessor had been. Aside from being almost plastic, having heat, magnetism, and slight luminosity, cooling slightly in powerful acids, possessing an unknown spectrum, wasting away in air, and attacking silicon compounds with mutual destruction as a result, it presented no identifying features whatsoever. And at the end of the tests, the college scientists were forced to own that they could not place it. It was nothing of this earth, but a piece of great outside. But a piece of the great outside, and as such downed with outside properties and obedient to outside laws. The night there was a thunderstorm, and when the professors went out to Nons the next day, they met with a bitter disappointment. The stone, magnetic as it had been, must have had some peculiar electrical property, for it had drawn the lightning, as Non said, with a singular persistence. 6 times within an hour, the farmer saw the lightning strike the furrow in the front yard, and when the storm was over, nothing remained but a ragged pit by the ancient well sweep, half choked with caved-in earth. Digging had borne no fruit, and the scientists verified the fact of the utter vanishment. The failure was total, so that nothing was left to do but to go back to the laboratory and test again the disappearing fragment left carefully cased in lead. That fragment lasted a week, at the end of which nothing of value had been learned from it. When it had gone, no residue was left behind, and in time the professors felt scarcely sure they had indeed seen with waking eyes the cryptic vestige of the fathomless gulfs outside, that lone, weird message from other universes and other realms of matter, force, and entity. All the scientists are just sitting there, like, well, that was fucked up. They're just sitting there like, I don't know. Professor Jimmy, what do you think that was? I don't know. Man, I don't know. It was something. I got some rats I gotta run through a maze now. Look, I'm gonna go do this now. I got some hamsters I gotta torture. I have a monkey to annoy. As was natural, the Arkham papers made much of the incident with its collegiate sponsoring, and sent reporters to talk with Non Gardner and his family. At least one Boston daily also sent a scribe, and Non quickly became a kind of local celebrity. He was a lean, genial person of about 50, living with his wife and 3 sons on the pleasant farmstead in the valley. He and Ami exchanged visits frequently, as did their wives, and Ami had nothing but praise for him after all these years. He seemed slightly proud of the notice his place had attracted, and talked often of the meteorite in the succeeding weeks. That July and August were hot, and Non worked hard at his haying in his 10-acre pasture across Chapman's Brook, his rattling wain wearing deep ruts in the shadowy lanes between. The labor tried him more than it had in other years, and he felt that age was beginning to tell on him. Then fell the time of fruit and harvest. The pears and apples slowly ripened, and Non vowed that his orchards were prospering as never before. The fruit was growing to phenomenal size and unwanted gloss. And that isn't unwanted, but it's like unwant, like WONT, unwanted. Okay, so Nick Cage movie is fun. 7 out of 10. The whole basis of Color Out of Space is that it's based on the idea that there's a light outside our visual spectrum, which was relatively novel fact at the time. Yes. I hear the Nick Cage movie has a lot of like freaky body horror stuff going on in it. I don't think this one does. I think this one gets a little weirder. Well, not weirder, like weirder in like a more subtle way. There we go. And in such abundance, the ripening came with the fruit was growing to phenomenal size and unwanted gloss, and in such abundance that extra barrels were ordered to handle the future crop. But with the ripening came sore disappointment, for of all that gorgeous array of specious lusciousness, not a single jot was fit to eat. Into the fine flavor of the pears and apples had crept a stealthy bitterness and sickishness, so that even the smallest of bites induced a lasting disgust. It was the same with the melons and tomatoes, and Non sadly saw that his entire crop was lost. Quick to connect events, he declared that the meteorite had poisoned the soil, and thanked heaven that most of the other crops were in the upland lot along the road. The book has the body horror, but does it in a way so you have to use your mind to figure it out. Yeah, I think that sounds right. Nick Cage movie has some fucking gnarly body horror. Oof. Oof. Oofa doofa. Winter came early and was very cold. Ami saw Non less often than usual and observed that he had begun to look worried. The rest of his family, too, seemed to have grown taciturn and were far from steady in their church-going or their attendance at the various social events of the countryside. For this reserve or melancholy no cause could be found, though all the household confessed now and then to poorer health and a feeling of vague disquiet. Non himself gave the most definite statement of anyone when he said that he was disturbed about certain footprints in the snow. They were the usual winter prints of red squirrels, white rabbits, and foxes, but the brooding farmer professed to see something not quite right about their nature and arrangement. He was never specific, but appeared to think that they were not as characteristic of the anatomy and habits of squirrels and rabbits and foxes as they ought to be. Spooky, can you not? Spooky, can you not? You have been so frustrating today. You have been such an absolute pain this entire stream, I swear to God. I love you so much, I would actually die for you, but I will flush you down the toilet. You're an enormous pain in the ass. You are such a jerk. I love you. Anyway. I lost my place because the cat was screaming at me. Saw footprints in the snow. He was like, "Them animals ain't right." Them foxes ain't right. Ami listened without interest to this talk until one night when he drove past Non's house in his sleigh on the way back from Clark's Corners. There had been a moon, and a rabbit had run across the road, and the leaps of the rabbit were longer than either Ami or his horse liked. The latter, indeed, had almost run away when brought up by the firm rein. Thereafter, Ami gave Nahon's tales more respect, and wondered why the gardener dogs seemed so cowed and quivering every morning. They had, it developed, nearly lost the spirit to bark. In February, the McGregor boys from the Meadow Hill were out shooting woodchucks, and not far... How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if you were in Meadow Hill with the McGregor boys shooting woodchucks? And not far from the Gardner place bagged a peculiar specimen. The proportions of its body seemed slightly altered in a queer way impossible to describe, while its face had taken on an expression which no one ever saw in a woodchuck before. How much expression could a woodchuck express if a woodchuck express... The woodchuck... Shit. The boys were genuinely frightened and threw the thing away at once, so that only their grotesque tales of it ever reached the people of the countryside. But the shying of horses near Non's house had become an acknowledged thing, and all the basis for a cycle of whispered legend was fast taking form. People vowed that the snow melted faster around Non's than it did anywhere else, and early in March there was an I hit the mic. There was an odd discussion in Potter's General Store at Clark's Corners. Stephen Rice had driven past the gardeners in the morning and had noticed the skunk cabbages coming up through the mud by the woods across the road. Never were things of such size seen before, and they held strange colors that could not be put into any words. Their shapes were monstrous, and the horse had snorted at an odor which struck Stephen as wholly unprecedented. That afternoon, several persons drove past to see the abnormal growth, and all agreed that plants of that kind ought never to sprout in a healthy world. The bad fruit of the fall before was freely mentioned, and it went from mouth to mouth that there was poison in Nahon's ground. Of course it was the meteorite, and remembering how strange the men from college had found the stone to be, several farmers spoke about the matter to them. As much wood as a woodchuck could chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. Researchers at Cornell determined that a woodchuck could chuck about 700 pounds. I wonder if there's another... Hold on. This is a real pull. Do you guys remember, like... Did anyone have Animal Planet, the channel, growing up? And does anyone remember a show where there was a guy, and he talked like this, and he talked about animal facts, and he would be like, next on crazy animal things that animals do. As much wood as a woodchuck could chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. Researchers at Cornell determined that a woodchuck could chuck about 700 pounds. That's the voice that came into my head. Extreme animals! Yeah, 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 yeah! Yeah, 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 yeah! Yeah, yeah! Yeah! Yeah, 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 yeah! I'm not gonna show it to you guys, because I'm afraid of copyright, but, like... Yeah, it was this! It was this shit! I really wish that I could... I wish I could show this, like, without fear. But, like, I feel like if I play any of these, then when I try to upload this VOD to YouTube later, it's gonna get mad. But I'm keeping this in mind. I'm remembering this. I'm logging this into my memory so that I can watch it later. I want to watch that on my own time. My stepmom yelled at me once because it showed male lactation in an ancient drawing. Niley, is that man lactating? You turn that off right now. That's not what boys do. With the weird green humans. I need to add... So, okay. At some point, if we ever get to a point where we get, like, subs and redeems and all that stuff, I want to do a thing where, like, you can redeem a thing where I have to read in a voice for a set amount of time, and I really want to add that voice to it. I have, like, a catalog of different voices I want to, like, put into that. But putting in the extreme animals guy. I wonder, hold on. Where were we on this? I'm gonna rewind a little bit just so that I can do this stupid bit. That afternoon, several persons drove past to see the abnormal growth, and all agreed that plants of that kind ought never to sprout in a healthy world. The bad fruit of the fall before was freely mentioned, and it went from mouth to mouth that there was poison in Non's ground. Of course, it was the meteorite, and remembering how strange the men from the college had found that stone to be, several farmers spoke about the matter to them. I know you have the Game Grumps Bubba voice. Game Grumps Bubba voice? What's the Bubba voice? Oh, this little voice. I think that's the one you're talking about. I was really hoping nobody would pick up that I ripped it off from them. Definitely do that. It's super fun. That's too similar for you to not be inspired by that.
I know that because like another one was to do like this. Like you could go for more like a surfer tone to it. One day they paid Nam a visit, but having no love of wild tales and folklore, were very conservative in what they inferred. The plants were certainly odd, but all skunk cabbages are more or less odd in shape and odor and in hue. Perhaps some mineral element from the stone had entered the soil, but it would soon be washed away. I'm trying to think if I have any others that I like flipping around with. As for the footprints of the friend horses, of course this was merely country talk, which such a phenomenon as the aerolite would be certain to start. There was really nothing for serious men to do in cases of wild gossip, for superstitious rustics will say and believe anything. And so all through the strange days, these professors stayed away in contempt. Only one of them, when given 2 files of dust for analysis in a police job over a year ago, that one was hard to keep up. I need to prepare my voice when I do that one. Let's see, because I'm trying to think of voices that I can do that aren't just kind of like impressions of things. You know what I mean? Like I could do this. I could talk like this. Hey, it's funny. Hey, I do this. It's a funny voice. I sound like a stereotype of some kind. I don't want to. Ugh. Whatever. I'll figure out more. I have to take that back a little bit because I don't remember where I just said a bunch of shit, and I don't think anyone even understood what I was saying. Perhaps some mineral element from the stone had entered the soil, but it would soon be washed away. And as for the footprints and frightened horses, of course this was mere country talk, which such a phenomenon as the aerolite would be certain to start. There was really nothing for serious men to do in cases of wild gossip, for superstitious rustics will say and believe anything. And so all through the strange days the professor stayed away in contempt. Only one of them, when given 2 files of dust for analysis in a police job over a year and a half later, recalled that the queer color of the skunk cabbage had been very like one of the anomalous bands of light shown by the meteor fragments in the college spectroscope. And like the brittle globule found embedded in the stone from the abyss, the samples in this analysis case gave some odd bands at first, though later they lost the property. The tree budded prematurely around Non's, and at night they swayed ominously in the wind. Non's second son, Thaddeus, a lad of 15, swore that they swayed also when there was no wind. Wait, I read it wrong! I took the sentence wrong! Ah, jeez, oh no. Non's second son, Thaddeus, a lad of 15, swore that they swayed also when there was no wind, but even the gossips would not credit this. Certainly, however, restlessness was in the air. The entire Gardner family developed the habit of stealthily listening, though not for any sound which could consciously name. The listening was, indeed, rather a product of moments when consciousness seemed half to slip away. Unfortunately, such moments increased week by week, till it became common speech that something was wrong with all Non's folks. Became common speech that something was wrong with all the Non's folks. When the early saxifrage? What the hell's a saxifrage? Oh, hello, Noseberry. Welcome in. Hold on. I have to look up what the hell is saxifrage. Saxifrage. What the hell's a saxifrage? Saxifrage. Oh, it's a plant. Oh, okay. All right, that explains that. I just needed to know. When the early saxifrage came out, it had another strange color, not quite like that of the skunk cabbage, but plainly related, and equally unknown to anyone who saw it. Non took some blossoms to Arkham, and showed them to the editor of the Gazette.
But that dignitary did no more than write a humorous article about them, in which the dark fears of rustics were held up to polite ridicule. It was a mistake of Non's to tell a stolid city man about the way the great overgrown mourning cloak butterflies behaved in connection to these saxifrages. April brought a kind of madness to the country folk, and began the disuse of the road past Non's, which led to its ultimate abandonment. It was the vegetation. All the orchard trees blossomed forth in strange colors, and through the stony soil of the yard and adjacent pasturage there sprang up a bizarre growth which only a botanist could connect with the proper flora of the region. No sane, wholesome colors were anywhere to be seen except in the green grass and leafage, but everywhere those hectic and prismatic variants of some diseased underlying primary tone without a place among the known tints of the earth. The Dutchman's breeches became a thing of sinister menace, and the bloodroots grew insolent in their chromatic perversion. Ami and the gardeners thought that most of the colors had a sort of haunting familiarity, and decided that they reminded one of the brittle globule of the meteor. Non plowed and sowed the 10-acre pasture in the upland lot, but did nothing with the land around the house. He knew it would be of no use, and hoped that the summer's strange growths would draw all the poison from the soil. He was prepared for almost anything now, and had grown used to the sense of something near him waiting to be heard. The shunning of his house by neighbors told on him, of course, but it told on his wife more. The boys were better off, being at school each day, but they could not help being frightened by the gossip. Thaddeus, an especially sensitive youth suffered the most. In May, the insects came, and Nom's place became a nightmare of buzzing and crawling. Most of the creatures seemed not quite usual in their aspects and motions, and their nocturnal habits contracted all former experience. The gardeners took to watching at night, watching in all directions at random for something. They could not tell what. It was then that they all owned that Thaddeus had been right about the trees. Miss Gardner was the next to see it from the window as she watched the swollen boughs of maple against the moonlit sky. The boughs surely moved, and there was no wind. It must be the sap. Strangeness had come into everything growing now, yet it was none of Non's family at all who made the next discovery. Familiarity had dulled them, and what they could not see was glimpsed by a timid windmill salesman from Bolton, who drove by one night in ignorance of the country legends. Windmill salesman? Windmill salesman. Like a whole ass windmill, or like little windmills? Like, does he have like a cart full of little windmills? Is he just like, hello, I'd like to offer you a windmill? Or is he like showing up to be like, hey, have you ever wanted a big ass fucking windmill? Is he just selling the idea of a windmill? I'm sorry I'm hung up on this, but it's just the idea of windmill salesman. And I'm just like, so is he like bringing you the blueprints for a windmill, or is he selling you like a little windmill? Does he have like a little palm-sized windmill and he's like, here you go, it's a cute little windmill. It's a cute little windmill for your collection. Fun for the whole family. Courage the Cowardly Dog style windmills, maybe? Oh, that would make sense. Maybe that's it. Like those like just sort of steel put together, like the like it's for telling the direction of the wind more than it is for like doing windmill stuff. Doing windmill things. Hey, windmill, what are you thinking about? I don't know, windmill things. Plants removing, windmill salesman. What he told in Arkham was given a short paragraph in the Gazette, and it was there that all the farmers, Nom included, saw it first. The night had been dark, and the buggy lamps faint. But around the farm in the valley, which everyone knew from the account must be Non's in the darkness, be the Noms, the darkness had been less. This is one of those funky sentences. What he told in Arkham was given a short paragraph in the Gazette, semicolon, and it was there that all the farmers, comma, Nom included, comma, saw it first. The night had been dark and the buggy lamps faint, but around the farm in the valley, which everyone knew from the account must be Nom's, the darkness had been less thick. What? What? A dim though distinct luminosity seemed to inhere in all the vegetation, grass, leaves, and blossoms alike, while at one moment a detached piece of the phosphorescence appeared to stir furtively in the yard near the barn. The grass had so far seemed untouched, and the cows were merely pastured in a lot near the house, but toward the end of May the milk began to be bad. Then Non had the cows driven to the uplands, after which the trouble ceased. Not long after this, the change in the grass and leaves became apparent to the eye. All the verdure was going gray, and was developing a highly singular quality of brittleness. Ami was now the only person who ever visited the place, and his visits were becoming fewer and fewer. When school closed, the gardeners were virtually cut off from the world, and sometimes let Ami do their errands in town. They were failing curiously both physically and mentally, and no one was surprised when the news of Miss Gardner's madness stole around. Hey, how come y'all didn't move? Oh, I mean looking at the chat real quick. The length of that sentence is just obtuse. Yeah, that one sentence, I was like, what the? That's a long ass sentence. But anyway, why didn't you all just move? Because they're like, oh man, the cows are getting real gross and nasty. Okay, we moved them. Now they're better. Did they just not go like, yeah, but it's real hard to move sometimes? Yeah, I guess. Especially back then. What if we took our house and we moved it somewhere else? What if we take our farmhouse and we move it somewhere else? Where was I? Grass looks bad, cows are bad, they feel bad, wife's bad. It happened in June, about the anniversary of the meteor's fall, and the poor woman screamed about the things in the air which she could not describe. In her raving, there was not a single specific noun, but only verbs and pronouns. She's like pointing, flailing into the air, and she's just like, she, her, he, him, they, them, zee, zer. She's just like screaming like pronouns at the air. The they, thems, they're everywhere. The they, thems, they're coming. Which is true. We are coming for you. The they, thems are in fact coming for you. Things moved and changed and fluttered, and ears tingled to impulses which were not wholly sounds. Something was taken away. She was being drained of something. Something was fastening itself on her that ought not to be. Someone must make it keep off. Nothing was ever still in the night. The walls and windows shifted. Nom did not send her to the county asylum, but let her wander about the house as long as she was harmless to herself and others. Even when her expression changed, he did nothing. But when the boys grew afraid of her, and Thaddeus nearly fainted at the... What, Cat? What? What? This is like the 5th or 6th time. What do you want? What do you want? I'm picking you up. You're getting picked up. You're getting picked up, and I'm holding you like a baby. You're getting baby timed because you're being a menace. You're being a pest. Do you want lap? Here's some lap. Do you like that? Is that good? Do you have what you seek? Is this what you want? Is this what you voted for? Is this what you've been wanting this whole time? You seem very comfortable. Here, yes, rub your face on the book. Go ahead. Eat up more of my time. Go ahead. Ow, ow, ow. Please don't dig your claws into my legs. I'm wearing shorts. This hurts. Ow, skin. Ow. Yeah, go ahead. Make yourself comfortable. Go ahead. Go ahead. Please do not tear apart my legs. I'm begging you. Oy, 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 oy. Okay. All right. Where were we? Right. The kids are afraid of Mom because she's a nutball. And Thaddeus nearly fainted at the way she made faces at him. He decided to keep her locked in the attic. By July, she had ceased to speak and crawled on all fours, and before that month was over, Non got the mad notion that she was slightly luminous in the dark, as he now clearly saw was the case with the nearby vegetation. It was a little before this that the horses had stampeded. Something had aroused them in the night, and their neighing and kicking in their stalls had been terrible. There seemed virtually nothing to do to calm them, and when Nom opened the stable door, they all bolted out like frightened woodland deer. It took a week to track all four, and when found, they were seen to be quite useless and unmanageable. Something had snapped in their brains, and each one had to be shot for its own good. That's rough, buddy. That's rough. Hold on. Ash. This is very hard to navigate. Hold on. The cat is making this very hard. I need to find that again. Once again.
That's rough, buddy.
Once again, that is indeed rough, buddy. That's rough, buddy. Noam borrowed a horse from Ami for his haying, but found it would not approach the barn. It shied and balked. Sorry, I looked away for like a split second and I lost my place again. Shied, balked, and whinnied, and in the end he could do nothing but drive it into the yard while the men used their own strength to get the heavy wagon near enough to the hayloft for a convenient pitching. And all the while the vegetation was turning gray and brittle. Even the flowers, whose hues had been so strange, were graying now, and the fruit was coming out gray and dwarfed and tasteless. The asters and goldenrod bloomed gray and distorted, and the roses and zinnias and hollyhocks in the front yard were such blasphemous-looking things that Non's oldest boy, Zenos, cut them down. The strangely puffed insects died about that time. Even the bees had left their hives and taken to the woods. By September, all the vegetation was fast crumbling to a grayish powder, and Non feared that the trees would die before the poison was out of the soil. His wife now had spells of terrific screaming, and he and the boys were in constant state of nervous tension. They shunned people now, and when school opened, the boys did not go. But it was Ami, on one of his rare visits, who first realized that the well water was no longer good. It had an evil taste that was not exactly fetid nor exactly salty, and Ami advised his friend to dig another well on higher ground to use till the soil was good again. Nom, however, ignored the warning, for he had by that time become callous to strange and unpleasant things. He and the boys continued to use the tainted supply, drinking it as listlessly and mechanically as they ate their meager and ill-cooked meals, and did their thankless and monotonous chores through the aimless days. There was something of strange resignation about them all, as if they walked half in another world between lines of nameless guards to a certain and familiar doom. Thaddeus went mad in September after a visit to the well. He had gone with a pail and come back empty-handed, shrieking and waving his arms, and sometimes lapsing into an inane titter or a whisper about the moving colors down there. 2 in one family was pretty bad, but Nom was very brave about it. He was being very brave. He's being very brave about his crackpot crazy family that are being poisoned by alien goop. He let the boy run about for a week until he began stumbling and hurting himself. Then he shut him in the attic room across the hall from his mother's. The way they screamed at each other from behind their locked doors was very terrible, especially to little Merwin. Merwin? Merwin? You named your kid Merwin? Merwin? Who fancied they talked in some terrible language that was not of this earth. Merwin was getting frightfully imaginative, and his restlessness was worse after the shutting away of the brother who had been his greatest playmate. Almost at the same time, the mortality among the livestock commenced. Poultry turned grayish and died very quickly, their meat being found dry and noisome upon cutting. Noisome? 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 I'm looking up another word. I gotta look up another word. Because they can't mean like noisome, right? It's not like the meat is noisy. Noisome? Harmful, trouble, noisome. Did I spell it right? Noisome? 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 Noisome. 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 Having an extremely offensive smell. Okay. It's stinky. Noisome means stinky. Okay, now we know. Hogs grew inordinately fat, then suddenly began to undergo loathsome changes which no one could explain. Their meat was of course useless, and Nom was at his wits' end. No rural veterinary would approach his place, and the city veterinary from Arkham was openly baffled. The swine began growing gray and brittle and falling to pieces before they died, and their eyes and muzzles developed singular alterations. It was very inexplicable, for they had never been fed from the tainted vegetation. Then something struck the cows. Certain areas or sometimes the whole body would be uncannily shriveled or compressed, and atrocious collapses or disintegrations were common. In the last stages, and death was always the result, there would be a graying and turning brittle like that which beset the hogs. There could be no question of poison, for all the cases occurred in locked and undisturbed barn. No bites of prowling things could have brought the virus, for what live beast of earth can pass through solid obstacles? It must be only natural disease, yet what disease could wreak such results was beyond any mind's guessing. When the harvest came, there was not an animal surviving on the place, for the stock and poultry were dead, and the dogs had run away. These dogs, 3 in number, had all vanished one night, and were never heard from again. The 5 cats had left some time before, but their going was scarcely noticed since there now seemed to be no mice, and only Miss Gardner had made pets of the graceful felines. Cats bolted out of there way faster. Cats were like, it's still around here. On the 19th of October, Nom staggered into Ami's house with hideous news. The death had come to poor Thaddeus in his attic room, and it had come in a way which could not be told. Nom had dug a grave in the railed family plot behind the farm, and had put therein what he'd found. There could have been nothing from outside, for the small barred window and locked door were intact, but it was much as it had been in the barn. Ami and his wife consoled the stricken man as best they could, but shuddered as they did so. Stark terror seemed to cling around the Gardners and all they touched, and the very presence of one in the house was a breath from the regions unnamed and unnameable. Ami accompanied Nom home with the greatest reluctance, and did what he might to calm the hysterical sobbing of little Merwin. Zenas needed no calming. He had come of late to do nothing but stare into space and obey what his father told him, and Ami thought that his fate was very merciful. Now and then Merwin's screams were answered faintly from the attic, and in response to an inquiring look, Nom said that his wife was getting very feeble. When night approached, Ami managed to get away, for even friendship could make him stay in that spot when the faint glow of vegetation began and the trees may or may not have swayed without wind. It was really lucky for Ami that he was not more imaginative. Even as things were, his mind was bent over so slightly, but had he been able to connect and reflect upon all the portents around him, he must inevitably have turned a total maniac. In the twilight he hastened home, the screams of the mad woman and the nervous child ringing horribly in his ears. 3 days later, Nom lurched into Ami's kitchen in the early morning, and in the absence of his host stammered out a desperate tale once more, while Mrs. Pierce listened in a clutching fright. It was little Merwin this time. He was gone. He had gone out late at night with a lantern and a pail for water, and had never come back. He had been going to pieces for days, and hardly knew what he was about. Screamed at everything. There had been a frantic shriek from the yard then, but before the father could get out the door, the boy was gone. There was no glow from the lantern he had taken, and the child himself no trace. At the time, Nom thought the... My neighbors are banging around over there. I swear to God, everything's being real nuisancey today. My cat is super calmed down now. My cat is like 100% in chill mode. This cat just wanted my lap this entire goddamn time. At the time, Nom thought the lantern and pail were gone too, but when dawn came and the man had plodded back from his all-night search of the woods and fields, he had found some very curious things near the well. There was a crushed and apparently somewhat melted mass of iron, which had certainly been the lantern, while a bent pail and twisted iron hoops beside it, both half fused, seemed to hint at the remnants of the pail. That was all. Nom was past imagining. Mrs. Pierce was blank, and Ami, when he had reached home and heard the tale, could give no guess. Merwin was gone, and there would be no use in telling people around, who shunned all the gardeners now. No use either in telling the city people at Arkham, who laughed at everything. Thaddeus was gone, and now Murney was gone. Something was creeping and waiting to be seen, and felt and heard. Nom would go soon, and he wanted Ami to look after his wife and Zenas if they survived him. It must all be a judgment of some sort, though he could not fancy what for, since he had always walked uprightly in the Lord's ways so far as he knew. For over 2 weeks Ami saw nothing of Nom, and then, worried about what might have happened, he overcame his fears and paid the Gardner place a visit. There was no smoke from the great chimney, and for a moment the visitor was apprehensive of the worst. The aspect of the whole farm was shocking. Grayish, withered grass and leaves on the ground, vines falling and brittle wreckage from archaic walls and gables, and great bare trees clawing up at the gray November sky, with the studied malevolence which Ami could not but feel had come from some subtle change in the tilt of the branches. But Nom was alive after all. He was weak and lying on a couch in the low-ceiled kitchen, but perfectly conscious and able to give simple orders to Zenas. The room was deadly cold, and as Ami visibly shivered, the host shouted huskily to Zenas for more wood. Wood, indeed, was sorely needed, since the cavernous fireplace was unlit and empty, with a cloud of soot blowing about in the chill wind that came down the chimney. Presently, Nom asked him if the extra wood had made him any more comfortable, and then Ami saw what had happened. The stoutest cord had broken at last, and the hapless farmer's mind was proof against more sorrow. Questioning tactfully, Ami could get no clear data about the missing Zenas. In the well, he lives in the well, was all the clouded father would say. Then there flashed across the visitor's mind a sudden thought of the mad wife, and he changed his line of inquiry. "Nabby, why here she is," was the surprised response from poor Nom, and Ami soon saw that he must search for himself. Leaving the harmless babbler on the couch, he took the keys from their nail beside the door and climbed the creaking stairs to the attic. It was very close and noisome up there, and no sound could be heard from any direction. Of the 4 doors in sight, only one was locked, and on this he tried various keys on the ring he had taken. The 3rd key proved the right one, and after some fumbling, Ami threw open the low white door. It was quite dark inside, for the window was small and half obscured by the crude wooden bars, and Ami could see nothing at all on the wide planked floor. The stench was beyond enduring, and before proceeding further he had to retreat to another room and return with his lungs filled with breathable air. When he did enter, he saw something dark in the corner, and upon seeing it more clearly, he screamed outright. While he screamed, he thought a momentary cloud eclipsed the window, and a second later he felt himself brushed as if by some hateful current of vapor. Strange colors danced before his eyes, and had not a present horror numbed him, he would have thought of the globule in the meteor that the geologist's hammer had shattered, and of the morbid vegetation that had sprouted in the spring. As it was, he thought only of the blasphemous monstrosity which confronted him, and which all too clearly had shared the nameless fate of young Thaddeus and the livestock. But the terrible thing about this horror was that it very slowly and perceptibly moved as it continued to crumble. Ami would give me no added particulars to the scene, but the shape in the corner does not reappear in his tale as a moving object. There are things which cannot be mentioned, and what is done in common humanity is sometimes cruelly judged by the law. I gathered that no moving thing was left in that attic room, and that to leave anything capable of motion there would have been a deed so monstrous as to damn any accountable being to eternal torment. Anyone but a stolid farmer would have fainted or gone mad, but Ami walked consciously through that low doorway and locked the accursed secret behind him. There would be Nom to deal with now. He must be fed and tended, and removed to some place where he could be cared for. Commencing his descent of the dark stairs, Ami heard a thud below him. He even thought a scream had been suddenly choked off, and recalled nervously the clammy vapor which had brushed by him in the frightful room above. What presence had his cry and entry started up? Halted by some vague fear, he heard still further sounds below. Indubitably there was a sort of heavy dragging, and a most detestably sticky noise, as some fiendish and unclean species of suction. With an that feel when you're a fiendish and unclean species of suction. With an associative sense goaded to feverish heights, he thought unaccountably of what he had seen upstairs. Good God, what eldritch dream world was this into which he had blundered? He dared move neither backward nor forward, but stood there trembling at the black curve of the boxed-in staircase. Every trifle of the scene burned itself into his brain. The sounds, the sense of dread expectancy, the darkness, the steepness of the narrow steps, and merciful heaven, the faint but unmistakable luminosity of all the woodwork in sight, steps, sides, exposed lathes and beams alike. Then there burst forth a frantic whinny from Ami's horse outside, followed at once by a clatter which told of a frenzied runaway. In another moment horse and buggy had gone beyond earshot, leaving the frightened man on the dark stairs to guess what had sent them. But that was not all. There had been another sound out there, a sort of liquid splash. Water. It must have been the well. He had left Harrow untied near it, and a buggy wheel must have brushed the coping and knocked in a stone. And still the pale phosphorescence glowed in that detestably ancient woodwork. God, how old the house was! Most of it built before 1670, and the gambrel roof not later than 1730. A feeble scratching on the floor downstairs now sounded distinctly, as Ami's grip tightened on a heavy stick he had picked up in the attic for some purpose. Slowly nerving himself, he finished his descent and walked boldly towards the kitchen, but he did not complete the walk, because what he sought was no longer there. It had come to meet him, and it was still alive after a fashion. Whether it had crawled or whether it had been dragged by any external any external voice, you know what I'm saying? There's external voices, Ami could not say, but the death had been at it. Everything had happened in the last half hour, but collapse, graying, and disintegration were already far advanced. There was a horrible brittleness, and dry fragments were scaling off. Ami could not touch it, but looked horrifiedly into the distorted parody that had once been a face. What is it? What was it, Nom? What was it? He whispered, and the cleft, bulging lips that were able to crackle out a final answer. Nothing. Nothing. The color, it burns, cold and wet, but it burns. It lived in the well. I seen it. A kind of smoke. Just like the flowers last spring. The well shone at night. Thad and Murney and Zenas. Everything alive, sucking the life out of everything. In that stone. It must have come in that stone. Poisoned the whole place. Don't know what it wants. That round thing them men the college dug out of the stone. They smashed it. It was that same color, just the same, like the flowers and plants. Must have been more of 'em. Seeds. Seeds, they growed. I seen it fust time this week. Must have got us strong on Zenas. He was a big boy, full of life. It beats down your mind and then gets you. Burns you up in the well water. He was right about that. Evil water. Zenas never came back from the well. Can't get away. Draws ye. You know something's comin', but it ain't no use. I seen it time and time again since Zenas was took. Where's Nabby, Ami? My head's no good. Don't know how long since I've fed her. I'll get her if we ain't careful. It'll get her if we ain't careful. Just the color. Her face is getting to have that color sometimes towards night, and it burns and sucks. It comes from some place where things ain't as they is here. One of them professors said so. He was right. Look out, Emmy. It'll do suthin' more. Sucks the life out. But that was all. That which spoke could speak no more because it had completely caved in. Ami laid a red checked tablecloth over what was left and reeled out the back door into the fields. He climbed the slope to the 10-acre pasture and stumbled home by way of the north road in the woods. He could not pass the well from which his horse had run away. He had looked at it through the window and had seen that no stone was missing from the rim. Then the lurching buggy had not dislodged anything after all. The splash had been something else, something which went into the well after it had done with poor Nom. When Ami reached his house and horse and buggy had the horse and buggy had arrived before him and thrown his wife into fits of anxiety. Reassuring her without explanations, he set out at once for Arkham and notified the authorities that the Gardner family was no more. He indulged in no details, but merely told of the deaths of Nom and Nabby, that of Thaddeus being already known, and mentioned that the cause seemed to be the strange ailment that which killed the livestock. He also stated that Merwin and Zenas had disappeared. There was considerable questioning at the police station, and in the end, Ami was compelled to take 3 officers to the Gardner farm, together with the coroner, the medical examiner, and the veterinary who had treated the deceased animals. Diseased animals. There wouldn't be much point to treating a deceased animal. He went much against his will, for that afternoon was advancing, and he feared the fall of night over the cursed place, but it was some comfort to have so many people with him. The 6 men drove out in a Democrat wagon, following Ami's buggy, and arrived at the pest-ridden farmhouse about 4 o'clock. Used as the officers were to gruesome experiences, not one remained unmoved at what was found in the attic and under the red checkered tablecloth of the floor below. The whole aspect of the farm with its grey desolation was terrible enough, but those 2 crumbling objects were beyond all bounds. No one could look long at them, and even the medical examiner admitted that there was very little to examine. Specimens could be analyzed, of course, so he busied himself in obtaining them, and here it develops that a very puzzling aftermath occurred at the college laboratory, where the 2 files of dust were finally taken. Under the spectroscope, both samples gave off an unknown spectrum, in which many of the baffling bands were precisely like those which the strange meteor had yielded in the previous year. The property of emitting this spectrum vanished in a month, the dust thereafter consisting mainly of alkaline phosphates and carbonates. Ami would not have told the men about the well if he had thought they meant to do anything then and there. It was getting towards sunset, and he was anxious to be away. But he could not help glancing nervously at the stony curb by the great sweep, and when a detective questioned him, he admitted that Nom had feared something down there, so much so that he had never even thought of searching it for Merwin or Zenas. After that, nothing would do but that they empty and explore the well immediately. So Ami had to wait, trembling, while pail after pail of rank water was hauled up and splashed on the soaking ground outside. The men sniffed in disgust at the fluid, and toward the last held their noses against the fodder they were uncovering. It was not so long a job as they had feared it would be, since the water was phenomenally low. There was no need to speak too exactly of what they found. Merwin and Zenas were both there, in part, though the vestiges were mainly skeletal. There was also a small deer and a large dog in about the same state, and a number of bones of smaller animals. The ooze and slime at the bottom seemed inexplicably porous and bubbling, and a man who descended on footholds with a long pole found that he could sink the wooden shaft to any depth in the mud of the floor without meeting any solid obstruction. Twilight had now fallen, and lanterns were brought from the house. Then, when it was seen that nothing further could be gained from the well, everyone went indoors and conferred in the ancient sitting-room, while the intermittent light of the spectral half-moon played wanly on the grey desolate outside. The men were frankly nonplussed by the entire case, and could find no common element to link the strange vegetable conditions. How does this keep going? How does this continue for like 4 or 5 more pages? You're kidding me. Come on. We get it. We fucking get it, Lovecraft. We fucking get it. A common element to link the strange vegetable conditions, the unknown disease of the livestock and humans, and the unaccountable deaths of Merwin and Zenos in the tainted well. They had heard the common country talk, it is true, but could not believe that anything contrary to natural law had occurred. No doubt the meteor had poisoned the soil, but the illness of persons and animals who had eaten nothing grown in that soil was another matter. Was it the well water? Very possibly. It might be a good idea to analyze it, but what peculiar madness could have made both boys jump in the well? Their deeds were so similar, and the fragments showed that they had both suffered from the gray, brittle death. Why was everything so gray and brittle? It was the coroner, seated near a window overlooking the yard, whose first noticed the glow about the well. Night had fully set in, and all the abhorrent grounds seemed faintly luminous with more than fitful moonbeams. But this new glow was something definite and distinct, and appeared to shoot up from the black pit like a softened ray from a searchlight, giving dull reflections in the little ground pools where the water had been emptied. It had a very queer color, and as all the men clustered round the window, Ami gave a violent start, for this strange beam of ghastly miasma was to him of no unfamiliar hue. He had seen that color before, and feared to think of what it might mean. He had seen it in the nasty brittle globule in that aerolite 2 summers ago. It had seen it in the crazy vegetation of the springtime, and had thought he had seen it for an instant that very morning against the small barred window of that terrible attic room where nameless things had happened. It had flashed there a second, and a clammy and hateful current of vapor had brushed past him, and then poor Nom had been taken by something of that color. He had said so at the last, said it was something like a globule in the plants. After that had come from the runaway, after come the run, oh, hey, Books Brews. Oi. It's going. We're slogging through the last couple of pages of a Lovecraft story, and then we'll probably call it. I didn't know it was going to be this long. It was like the globule from the plants, after that had come from the runway and the yard and the splash in the well, and now the well was belching forth to the night, a pale insidious beam of the same demonic tint. It does credit to the alertness of Ami's mind that he puzzled even at the tense moment over a point which was essentially scientific. He could not but wonder at his gleaning of the same impression from the vapor glimpsed in the daytime against a window opening on the morning sky, and from a nocturnal exhalation seen as a phosphorescent mist against the black and blasted landscape. It wasn't right. It was against nature, and he thought of those terrible last words of his stricken friend. It come from some place where things aren't as they is here. One of them professors said so. Spooky, are you going to be real upset if I kick you out of my lap? Because you're making things exceedingly warm. Oh, okay. Oh my god. Oh, my legs. All my legs are crampy. Ow. Books Brews. My cat has been such a nuisance throughout this entire stream from minute 1. And finally, I got her to calm down after putting her in my lap. And now my legs are asleep, and I really want her out. So everybody be ready. She's probably going to start yelling again. Excuse me. I didn't mean to burp in the mic. All right. Oh, you're right behind me. Oh, okay, you're got on the chair. All right, you're fine. Okay. All 3 horses outside, tied to a pair of shriveled saplings by the road, were now neighing and pawing frantically. The wagon driver started for the door to do something, but Ami laid a shaky hand on his shoulder. "Don't go out there," he whispered. They's more to this nor what we know. Nom said something livin' in the well that sucks your life out. He said it must be summat growed from the ball, like the one we all seen in the meteor stone that fell out a year ago June. Sucks and burns, he said, and it's just a cloud of color, like that light out there now, that ye can hardly see and can't tell what it is. Nom thought it feeds on everything livin', and gets stronger all the time. He said he's seen it this last week. It must be something from away off in the sky, like the man from college last year says the meteor stone was. The way it's made and the way it works ain't like no way of God's world. It's something from beyond. Should we make a meow counter? I feel like a meow counter is less needed and more like a spooky what do you want meter, like counter. Just how many times do I talk to my cat and ask what she wants? So the men paused indecisively as the light from the well grew stronger, and the hitched horses pawed and whinnied in increasing frenzy. It was truly an awful moment, with terror in that, oh God, how does this go on for so much longer? All right. Nope. I was gonna skip ahead and I was gonna be like la 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 the end, but no. I made a commitment. We're doing it. I'm gonna do it. Okay. So the men paused indecisively as light from the well grew stronger and the hitched horses pawed and whinnied in increasing frenzy. It was truly an awful moment, with terror in that ancient and accursed house itself. 4 monstrous sets of fragments, 2 from the house and 2 from the well, in the woodshed behind, and that shaft of unknown and unholy iridescence from the slimy depths in front. Ami had restrained the driver on impulse, forgetting how uninjured he himself was after the clammy brushing of that colored vapor in the attic room. But perhaps it was just as well that he acted as he did. No one will ever know what was abroad that night. And though the blasphemy from beyond had not so far hurt any human of unweakened mind, there is no telling what it might have done in that last moment, and with its seemingly increased strength and the special signs of purpose it was soon to display beneath the half-clouded moonlit sky. All at once, one of the detectives at the windows gave a short, sharp gasp. The others looked at him, then quickly followed his own gaze upward, to the point at which the idle straying had been suddenly arrested. There was no need for words. What had been disputed in country gossip was disputed no longer, and it was because of the thing which every man of that party agreed in whispering later on, that the strange days are never talked about in Arkham. It is necessary to premise that there was no wind at that hour of the evening. One did arise not long afterward, but there was absolutely none then. Dunny is dying inside a little. The color has got them. Soon they'll decay and gray and fall to pieces as the story sets in. Oh no, my God, the color has got me. Oh my God, the color's got me. No, I'm cursed to finish Lovecraft. I changed a lot of my presets to a different order, so like I keep accidentally hitting my knife button. Okay. Ooh. It is necessary to premise. Oh yeah. Even the dry tips of the lingering hedge mustard, gray and blighted, and the fringe on the roof of the standing Democrat wagon were unstirred. And yet amid that tense, godless calm, the high, bare boughs of all the trees in the yard were moving. They were twitching morbidly and spasmodically, clawing in convulsive and epileptic madness at the moonlit clouds, scratching impotently at the noxious air as if jerked by some alien and bodiless line of linkage, with subterrene horrors writhing and struggling below the black roots. Not a man breathed for several seconds. Then a cloud of darker depth passed over the moon, and the silhouette of clutching branches faded out momentarily. At this there was general cry, muffled with awe but husky and almost identical, from every throat. From the terror had not faded with the silhouette, and in a fearsome instant of deeper darkness the watcher saw wriggling at that treetop height 1,000 tiny points of faint unhallowed radiance, tipping each ball like the fire of St. Elmo. Like the fire of St. Elmo! Or the flames that came down on the apostles' heads at Pentecost. It was a monstrous constellation of unnatural light, like the glutted swarm of corpse-fed fireflies dancing hellish sarabands over an accursed marsh, and its color was the same nameless intrusion which Ami had come to recognize and dread. All the while the shaft of the phosphorescence from the well was getting brighter and brighter, bringing to the minds of the huddled men a sense of doom and abnormality which far outtraced any image in their conscious minds could form. It was no longer shining out, it was pouring out, and as the shapeless stream of unplaceable color left the well, it seemed to flow directly into the sky. The veterinary shivered and walked to the front door to drop the extra heavy bar across it. Ami shook no less, and had to tug and point for lack of controllable voice when he wished to draw notice to the glowing luminosity of the trees. The neighing and stamping of the horses had become utterly frightful, but not a soul of that group in the old house would have ventured forth for any earthly reward. With the moments the shining of the trees increased, while their restless branches seemed to strain more and more toward the verticality. The wood of the well sweep was shining now, and presently a policeman dumbly pointed to some wooden sheds and beehives near the stone wall on the west. They were commencing to shine too, though the tethered vehicles of the visitors seemed so far unaffected. Then there was a wild commotion and clopping in the road, and as Ami quenched the lamp for better seeing, they realized that the span of frantic greys had broken their sapling and run off with the Democrat wagon. The shock served to loosen several tongues, and embarrassed whispers were exchanged. "It spreads on everything organic that's been around here," muttered the medical examiner. No one replied, but the man who had been in the well gave a hint that his long pole must have stirred up something intangible. "It was awful," he added. "There was no bottom at all, just ooze and bubbles and the feeling of something lurking under there." Ami's horse still pawed and screamed deafeningly at the road outside, and nearly drowned its owner's faint quaver as he mumbles his formless reflections. "It come from that stone. It growed down there. It got everything livin'. It fed itself on 'em, mind and body. Thad and Marnie and Zenas and Nabby. Nom was the last. They all drunk the water. It got strong on 'em. It come from beyond where things ain't like they be here. Now it's going home." At this point, as the column of unknown color flared suddenly stronger and began to weave itself into fantastic suggestions of shape which each spectator later described differently, there came from poor tethered Harrow such a sound that no man before had since ever heard from a horse. Every person in that low-pitched sitting-room stopped his ears, and Ami turned away from the window in horror and nausea. Words could not convey it. When Ami looked out again, the hapless beast lay huddled inert on the moonlit ground beneath the splintered shafts of the buggy. That was the last of Harrow till they buried him the next day. But the present was no time to mourn. For almost this instant a detective silently called attention to something terrible in the very room with them. In the absence of the lamplight, it was clear that the faint phosphorescence had begun to pervade the entire apartment. It glowed on the broad planked floor and the fragment of rag carpet, and shimmered over the sashes of the small paned windows. It ran up and down the exposed corner posts, coruscated about the shelf and mantel, and infected the very doors and furniture. Each minute saw it strengthen, and at last it was very plain the healthy living things must leave that house. Ami showed them the back door and the path up through the fields to the 10-acre pasture. They walked and stumbled as in a dream, and did not dare look back till they were far away on high ground. They were glad of the path, for they could not have gone the front way, by that well. It was bad enough passing the glowing barn and sheds, and those shining orchard trees with their gnarled, fiendish contours, but thank heaven the branches did their worst twisting high up. The moon went under some very black clouds as they crossed the rustic bridge over Chapman's Brook, and it was blind groping from there to the open meadows. When they looked back toward the valley at the distant Gardner Place, at the bottom they saw a fearsome sight. All the farm was shining with the hideous, unknown blend of color, trees, buildings, and even such grass and herbage as had not been wholly changed to lethal gray brittleness. The boughs were all straining skyward, tipping with tongues of foul flame, and lambent tricklings of the same monstrous fire were creeping about the ridge-poles of the house, barn, and sheds. It was a scene from the vision of Fuseli, and over all the rest reigned that riot of luminous amorphousness, that alien and undimensioned rainbow of cryptic poison from the well, seething, feeling, lapping, reaching, scintillating, straining, and malignly bubbling in its cosmic and unrecognizable chromaticism. Then, without warning, the hideous thing shot vertically up towards the sky like a rocket or a meteor, leaving behind no trail and disappearing through a round and curiously regular hole in the clouds before any man could gasp or cry out. No watcher can ever forget that sight, and Ami stared blankly at the stars of Cygnus, Deneb, twinkling above the others, where the unknown color had melted into the Milky Way. But his gaze was the next moment called swiftly to earth by the crackling in the valley. It was just that, only a wooden ripping and crackling, and not an explosion, as so many others of the party vowed. Yet the outcome was the same, for in one feverish, kaleidoscopic instant there burst up from the doomed and accursed farm a gleamingly eruptive cataclysm of unnatural sparks and substance, blurring the glance of the few who saw it, and sending forth to the zenith a bombarding cloudburst of such colored and fantastic fragments as our universe must needs disown. Through quickly reclosing vapors they followed the great morbidity that had vanished, and in another second they had vanished too. Behind and below was only darkness to which the men dared not return, and all about was a mounting wind which seemed to sweep down in black, furor gusts from interstellar space. It shrieked and howled and lashed the fields and distorted woods in a mad cosmic frenzy, till soon the trembling party realized it would be no use waiting for the moon to show what was left down there at Noms. Too awed even to hint at theories, the 7 shaking men trudged back towards Arkham by the north road. Ami was worse than his fellows, and begged them to see inside his own kitchen, instead of keeping straight on to town. He did not wish to cross the nighted, wind-whipped woods alone to his home on the main road, for he had an added shock that the others were spared, and was crushed forever with the brooding fear he dared not even mention for many years to come. As the rest of the watchers on that tumultuous hill had stolidly set their faces toward the road, Ami had looked back an instant at the shadowed valley of desolation so lately sheltering his ill-starred friend, and from that stricken faraway spot he had seen something feebly rise, only to sink down again upon the place from which the great shapeless horror had shot into the sky. It was just a color, but not any color of our earth or heavens, and because Ami recognized that color, and knew that this last faint remnant must still lurk down there in the well, he has never been quite right since. Ami would never go near the place again. It is over half a century now since the horror happened, but he has never been there, and will be glad when the new reservoir blots it out. I shall be glad too, for I do not like the way the sunlight changed color around the mouth of that abandoned well I passed. I hope the water will always be very deep, but even so I shall never drink it. I do not think I shall visit the Arkham country hereafter. 3 of the men who had been with Ami returned the next morning to see the ruins by daylight, but there were not any real ruins, only the bricks of a chimney, the stones of the cellar, some mineral, metallic litter here and there, and the rim of that nefandous well. Save for Ami's dead horse, which they towed away and buried, and the buggy, which they shortly returned to him, everything that had ever been living had gone. 5 eldritch acres of dusty gray desert remained, nor has anything ever grown there since. To this day, it sprawls open to the sky like a great spot eaten by acid in the woods and fields, and the few who have ever dared glimpse it in spite of the rural tales have named it the Blasted Heath. The rural tales are queer. They might even be queerer if city men and college chemists could be interested enough to analyze the water from the disused well, or the gray dust that no wind seems ever to disperse. Botanists, too, ought to study the stunted flora on the borders of that spot, for they might shed light on the country notion that the blight is spreading, little by little, perhaps an inch a year. People say the color of the neighboring herbage is not quite right in the spring, and that wild things leave queer prints in the light winter snow. Snow never seems quite so heavy on the Blasted Heath as it is elsewhere. Horses, the few that are left in this motor age, grow skittish in the silent valley, and hunters cannot depend on their dogs too near the splotch of grayish dust. They say the mental influences are very bad too. Numbers went queer in the years after. Boy, he really likes saying the word queer, doesn't he? Numbers went queer in the years after Nom's taking, and always they lacked the power to get away. Then the stronger-minded folk all left the region, and only the foreigners tried to live in the crumbling old homesteads. They could not stay, though, and one sometimes wonders what insight beyond ours their wild, weird stories of whispered magic have given them. Their dreams at night, they protest, are very horrible in the grotesque country, and surely the very look of the dark realm is enough to stir a morbid fancy. No traveler has ever escaped the sense of strangeness in those deep ravines, and artists shiver as they paint thick woods, whose mystery is as much of the spirit as of the eye. I myself am curious about the sensation I derived from my one lone walk before Ami told me his tale. When twilight came, I had vaguely wished some clouds would gather, for an odd timidity about the deep sky voids had crept into my soul. Do not ask me for my opinion. I do not know. That is all. There was no one but Ami to question, for Arkham people do not talk about the strange days, and all three professors who saw the aerolite and his colored globule are dead. There were other globules, depend on that. One must have fed itself and escaped, and probably there was another which was too late. No doubt it is still down the well. I know there was something wrong with the sunlight I saw above the miasmal brink. The rustics say the blight creeps an inch each year, so perhaps there is a kind of growth or nourishment even now. But whatever demon hatchling is down there, it must be tethered to something, or else it would have quickly spread. Is it fastened to the roots of those trees that claw the air? One of the current Arkham tales is about fat oaks that shine and move as they ought not to do at night. What it is, only God knows. In terms of matter, I suppose the thing Ami described would be called gas, but this gas obeyed laws that are not of our cosmos. This was no fruit of such worlds as suns as shine on the telescopes and photographic plates of our observatories. This was no breath from the skies, whose motions and dimensions our astronomers measure or deem too vast to measure. It was just a color out of space. They said the title! Oh, they said the title! It's the title of the story! It's color out of space. It was just a color out of space, a frightful messenger from the unformed realms of infinity beyond all nature as we know it. From realms whose mere existence stuns the brain and numbs us with the black, extra-cosmic gulfs it throws open before our frenzied eyes. I doubt very much if Ami consciously lied to me, and I do not think his tale was all a freak of madness and the townsfolk had forewarned. Something terrible came to the hills and valleys on that meteor, something terrible, though I know not in what proportion still remains. I shall be glad to see the water come. Meanwhile, I hope nothing will happen to Ami. He saw so much of the thing, and its influence was so insidious. Why has he never been able to move away? How clearly he recalled those dying words of Nom's. Can't get away. Draws ye. You know something's comin', but 'tain't no use. Ami is such a good old man. When the reservoir gang gets to work, I must write to the chief engineer to keep sharp watch on him. I would hate to think of him as a gray, twisted, brittle monstrosity, which persists more and more, troubling in my sleep.
Oh, God. Oh, no more. Oh, no more. No more words. No more big words, please. No more reading. No more reading. This has been a 4-hour stream. I didn't intend for that. My voice hurts. Oh, boy. Ugh. Oh, we stretch. Oh, stretch. Oh, jeepers. Oh, jeepers. Oh, holy doly. Oh, I do really like that story, though. I really like that story. I like... Because the way that I think I envision the body horror the same way you do, Niley, where I really imagine that it kind of turns people into this, like, semi-organic ash. Like they'll be moving forward, and it's like the outside is all, like, ash and brittle, and then, like, the inside, there's kind of like the meteor itself. Like, there's probably some goop in there to denote that something organic was in it, but then, like, surrounding it is, like, ash and like, brittleness. Like an ashy, yeah, exactly, like an ashy blob. You know, like this thing. Like this. It's like this thing. Hello. I'm the color. Hello everyone. I'm the color. Nice to meet you. No. Go back. It sucks their energy, color, and energy, and basically consumes the essence of all. Nah, your blob's too nice and friendly. Aw, he is nice and friendly. I don't feel like playing with him right now. That's why we're doing the isopod. But yeah, I'm the color from outer space. I somehow I have the yellow sign of Haster. I'm just accumulating eldritch nonsense with that character. Oi, oi, oi. So you know what? For all of you who stayed with me this far, I'm gonna give y'all a very brief treat. I'm gonna give y'all a very brief treat because my cat has been such a absolute goddamn nuisance. I'm gonna show you some pictures of my cat. Speaking of which, guess what just got here? What indeed just got here? What just got here? Tell me. Tell me now. But yes, I'm gonna share some pictures of my cat. Cause all of you stuck with me through a 4-hour stream. So gosh darn it, we're gonna look at my cat. Oh, the King in Yellow. Oh, you were actually ordering the book. That's right. I remember you saying that, I think. Let's see. Let me go to my Discord, pull up pictures of cats. Open this one up. Open this one up. Then you're all gonna see some pictures of my cat. This is a picture of my cat. Am I showing my screen right now? I think I am. So yeah, there's my cat. That's spooky. This is my needy, attention-hungry beast. She likes to hug my arm. She's a very good kitty. She loafin'. She screams and yells all day long. And it's not because she's ill or anything. She's just an asshole. I'm trying to think about how old she is now. She's definitely like middle-aged for a cat. Because I got her like, I don't know, a little less than 10 years ago. Like, because I think she might be like, when did I get her? Like, it was a long time ago. Like, maybe 2012, 2013, 2014? Somewhere in that realm. Close to a decade. Like, I've had her for close to a decade, and I think she was 3 years old at the time. So she's probably a little over 10. Somewhere around that realm. We forget exactly what her age is. But I usually just think of her as middle age. But she's a very good cat. I love her. If anything happens to her, I would be very upset. Do I have any other cat pictures? I know I do. I know I have other cat pictures. Don't I have any other cat pictures? Pictures of my cat. Pictures of my cat. That I'm sending to my personal Discord to show you pictures of my cat. 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 Here's another picture of my cat. After she's been tucked in. She's very sweet and good. And yes, you all saw my Discord for a split second there, whatever. I don't care. There's nothing there that's incriminating. Oh no, they saw that I'm part of the big fat butt Discord. Oh my god, they saw the part of the big booty, big butt Discord. Hold on, there's one more. Yeah, that'll do. Okay. I got 2 more cat pictures for you all, and then we'll wrap up stream. Good kitty. Good cat. Good cat, good cat, sleepy cat, chill cat. Asshole cat, wherever the fuck you are now. I don't know where you went. I love you, but you're also a jerk. Fuck you. Alright. So that's my cat. That's what you all get to see my cat since you all stuck with me this long. Sorry, you know what? I'm sorry that Island of Dr. Moreau didn't really work out. That book was getting not only really boring, but like that I'm just gonna be frank with you, that book just like casually tossed in the N-word, and I was like, wow, I really don't want to read this anymore. for for um for for Island of Dr. Moreau. And the thing is, like, yeah, Lovecraft tends to, throw out the casual old-timey racism here and there, but at least it's kind of funny when I censor it there, because everyone knows that Lovecraft is a weird old racist weirdo, and he, like, names things real stupid, so it's kind of fun to dunk on him and censor shit for the fun of it. But, like, I don't know, Alan Dr. Moreau started to feel kind of, like, and you're probably all going to laugh at me when I say this, it's really starting to not feel like the Simpsons Treehouse of Horror episode that was inspired by it. This is nothing like the cartoon I saw. This is mean. Okay. Oy, oy, oy. Okay, so anyway. Alright, this has been a very long stream. I'm very tired. My voice hurts. I really tried to, like, push for that last bit. So yeah, I think, so I showed you guys a little earlier that I picked up another anthology of horror stories called, like, Slasher Girls and Monster Boys. And it's like another middle school, like high school teen horror kind of anthology. And I think that might be fun for Friday unless something else pops into my brain. So yeah, we'll probably do something like that then. Yeah, I'm gonna go get some rest. I'm gonna get a popsicle, soothe my throat. With all that said, thank you for coming. I'm so happy all y'all stuck around with me while I read this. I hope y'all like the isopod and his knife. I just kind of feel like playing it with him for a little while, so I think we can expect to hang out in the ship for a while, and then maybe at some point we'll return to the spooky mansion. Oh boy, okay. With that said, everybody, have a lovely evening, have a lovely time zone, and I will see you all on the next stream. Goodbye, 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 goodbye.